regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalijedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Present. Let's see, do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay. There's nobody in the audience. Anybody online for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items?
I do see one attendee on Zoom, but with no hand raised, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, before we recess to closed session, would you mind reading off what we'll be talking about?
You got it. As authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 and F3 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F1, the name of the case is JAMS Arbitration Case reference number 522-000-6179, Harry Stuver et al. Versus Redondo Beach Police Department and City of Redondo Beach. For item F3, the name of the case is Gornbein Jennifer versus City of Redondo Beach and those 1 through 50 inclusive, case number 24TRC B03931. And item F2, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Potential Litigation. There are 2 potential cases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to these?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. For all items, myself and City Attorney Joy Ford. For items F1 and F3, we will have outside legal counsel Joshua Dale with us. And then for the 2 potential cases under F2, in one matter, we will have outside counsel Jonathan Kramer, along with Public Works Director Andy Wingy and City Engineer Lauren Sablon. And then we will also have for the other matter, W. Lee Smith, also outside counsel.
Okay, thank you. So before we recess to closed session, just wanted to let anybody listening out there that we'll go into closed session, and at 5:30 we'll break for a ceremony out in front of the Civic Hall Chambers here on the Pride flag. So, and then we'll come back in here for our regular meeting. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to recess to closed session.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion is second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We will be back on the air on or about 6 p.m. Order reconvening to open session from closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovic. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here.
Thank you.
City Manager, do we have anything we have to announce from the closed session?
No formal announcements this evening, other than we had previously stated that W. Lee Smith was going to join us, one of our outside legal counsel. W. Lee did not make it this evening, and we were also joined from our Public Works team by Jesse Reyes, our capital project manager. So those, one addition there and one subtraction.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second, all four.
Aye.
Okay, I'd like to call to order the open session regular meeting of the City Council. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in our audience, please stand to be recognized for your service, please. Okay, and now let us all stand for the salute to the flag, and please remain standing for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Harper, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So Harper, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Harper, and I'm a fifth grader at Jefferson Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is English language arts. I like to swim in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you could remain standing for a moment of silent invocation, I would ask you to fit in a little bit for the fallen officer from Baldwin Park, Officer Riveras. Okay, thank you. Harper, come on up. You did a great job. Thank you. Come on up and we'll get a picture with you if you don't mind. And we want to shake your hand. Great job.
Great job.
Love that outdoor voice. And the smile.
Good job. You fast swimmer?
Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1.
Did you get your picture, Mom? Did you get your picture?
I guess this will circulate to her next.
Okay. Thank you, Harper. Good job. Okay, now we'll get to presentations, proclamations, and announcements. If you were outside at our ceremony, this is going to be a bit of a duplication, but it deserves saying twice. So I'm going to come up and make a presentation, and then we'll move on with the council meeting. Thank you. Okay, Sarah, do you want to come on up? And Frank. Okay, good evening, everyone. Today, if you were outside, you know that we had planned to raise the Pride flag in honor of the beginning of Pride Month. However, this past Saturday, a Baldwin Park police officer, Officer Riveras, was tragically killed in the line of duty. Out of respect for Officer Riveras and all fallen officers, we are flying only the U.S. flag at half-staff until the officer is laid to rest. To continue honoring Pride Month, we have arranged a modified display in our council chambers lobby. Hopefully you saw that on your way in. And as soon as it is appropriate, we will raise that flag beneath the United States flag at City Hall. I thank you for your understanding and support. As Mayor of Redondo Beach, it is my honor to stand with you tonight as we officially proclaim June 2025 as Pride Month in our city. I've got Sarah Betty Linen up here, who's the president of South Bay LGBTQ+, and Frank Hansel, who's the president of PFLAG Manhattan Beach and South Bay, to be with me up here. Pride Month is a time to celebrate the courage, strength, and resilience of our LGBTQ+ community, our neighbors, our friends, our family members, and leaders who make Redondo a more vibrant, inclusive, and compassionate place. Redondo Beach is a community that believes in dignity and the worth of every person. Today and every day, we reaffirm our commitment to equity, justice, and the right to live and love freely. Pride is rooted in both celebration and remembrance. It honors the progress that has been made and the work that remains to be done to ensure full equality for all. We carry forward the legacy of those who paved the way for change. It is a privilege to present this certificate of proclamation to South Bay LGBTQ+ and PFLAG Manhattan Beach South Bay groups whose work embodies this spirit of pride. Let this month remind us that love is love and that we all thrive when everyone is seen, heard, and valued. Pride is not just a moment, it's a movement. Sarah, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Oh, I can't hold all these things. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Betty Linen, a proud resident of Redondo Beach and president of the South Bay LGBTQ Center. Today's Pride Proclamation is more than symbolic. It's a public commitment to inclusion, safety, and visibility. At a time when LGBTQIA+ rights are under attack in cities and states across this country, proclamations like this send a powerful message. In Redondo Beach, you are seen, you are valued, and you belong. A Pride Proclamation doesn't solve every challenge, but it does create space for LGBTQIA+ people to feel safe, space for allies to step up, and space for communities to grow stronger through love and acceptance. This act of recognition reminds us that visibility matters, language matters, leadership matters. And today, Redondo Beach chooses to lead with pride. Thank you for standing with us, and happy Pride.
Well said. Frank, would you like to say a few words?
I would just like to add my words of appreciation as well to Mayor Light and our council members for issuing this proclamation. And on behalf of the families that we support through PFLAG, thank you for this act. We look forward to a future where every person is safe, celebrated, and loved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, well said. So as mayor of the city of Redondo Beach, on behalf of the city council and the residents of Redondo Beach, I proclaim this Pride Month.
Yeah, there we go. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Good.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Pride.
Good job, Mayor.
Okay, now we'll get to well, we did our presentations and proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. And I'll open up. Several things have happened since we last met. I did attend, as did my fellow council members, a Medal of Valor luncheon to honor several of our first responders. It was headed up, the MC was Captain Sprangle in the back there, who gave a special shout out. We noticed that from the podium. But I wanted to go through the officers who got awards. We had Officer Via Padua, who got the Life Saving Award for a man down call where he gave CPR and is credited with saving the life of that resident. We had officers Gonzalez, Lichtman, and Patel, who responded to an active shooter at a hotel and found a man down. And they arranged to, before they knew where the shooter was, to safely go in and extract the victim while making sure the fellow officers were safe, and were credited with offering the first assistance that curtailed blood flow and helped save that person's life. And they got the Distinguished Service Award. And finally, the Medal of Valor went to boat specialist Godinez and boat captain Smith, who responded to a capsized boat in a gale and saved several family members who were clinging to the boat without any flotation devices on. So we were only second to Hawthorne, who had 7 officers and first responders recognized. And I think that's a testament to the quality and the dedication of our first responders. So I want to thank them all. Also had the honor of doing a mini State of the City to several Redondo Union High School students. That was a lot of fun, and the questions they asked, so I appreciated that opportunity. Several of us attended the Memorial Day celebration, which was another great celebration in Redondo, and I want to thank all the folks who brought that together, and especially Tom Lasser, who does that for us every year. I worked with South Bay Parkland Conservancy last week on the Bluff Garden cleanup, if you walk the Esplanade. And coming up, I am going to be holding meetings on the upcoming FIFA competitions coming up in LA next year, and what Redondo can do to monetize that and set up some watch parties and things like that for our residents, and also same with what our response is to the Olympics. So that'll be coming up in the next few weeks. And that's it from me. Councilmember Waller.
In addition to the events that Mayor Light mentioned, just in the last week, attended Coffee with a Cop, very well attended. I think that worked out quite well. That was at Michael's up on Artesia Boulevard. Attended the RBUSD retirement event where they honored a number of retirees, including one who had been at the city for, I believe, 42 years. Went to the RBUSD Students of the Year luncheon, got to hear many inspirational stories about students, young and old, I would say. And then went to the Beach Cities Health District Student-Led Wellness and Leadership Conference at Beach Cities Health District. It had 2 adult speakers, and everything else was done by students at that event. The crane that I've got there was a gift to me by one of the Redondo student attendees, and that was something that he was, his sort of special skill that he had there. And then over the weekend, bicycle block party at Upway up on Artesia Boulevard. Had a lot of people, bikes, e-bikes. I think that's a nice, good addition to our city as well. Upway is going to be, I think, a good addition to Redondo Beach businesses. And then finished that off with a ribbon cutting at the art department on 182nd. They've also been in the city for 40-something years, but they just joined the chamber and got their ribbon cutting. And I have a certificate that we were given to the City Council and Mayor from the South Bay Bicycle Coalition and South Bay Forward for attending that event. And then moving forward, Keep the Esplanade Beautiful will be having their monthly sweep Saturday morning on Esplanade at Avenue I between 9 and 10 a.m. And the Riviera Village Summer Festival is coming up June 27th through 29th. So keep both of those in your calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Castle.
In addition to the Medal of Valor luncheon, as well as the Memorial Day celebration at Veterans Park, last week I held a joint District 2 and District 3 community meeting with Councilmember Kolodarovich and spoke with many of the residents of 2 and 3, but also members of other districts around the city. So I think it's a good idea if you can't make the community meetings where you live. It's good to go visit other districts to hear what's going on in the city because there's so much overlap in those meetings. Going forward, next on the 14th coming up, the library is actually kicking off its summer reading program for students. And as part of that celebration, the city's going to be celebrating Juneteenth on that Saturday afternoon. And also, I believe we're going to be celebrating the 30th anniversary of the main branch library. Originally, we were going to do a 25th year celebration, but that happened during 2020. So now we'll celebrate the 30th as well on that day. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
I just want to thank our very engaged mayor and new council members. You covered just about everything on my list, so nice to see you there. And I also just want to give a shout out to our fire department. We had Washington Elementary's family night. They came out and with their big shiny truck, and everyone likes to see them. So thank you, you guys, showing up. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, I'd like to say thank you to Councilmember Brad Waller because I couldn't go to the South Bay COG meeting last week, and he's one of the alternates, and he attended in my stead, so I appreciate that. Also, I thought I was going to be leaving town this weekend, so he attended the Upwave bicycle block party in my stead, but then I ended up staying in town because the weather was last beautiful here. And so we were joined there. And Upwave is really cool. If you are in the market for an e-bike, or especially for a kid, they sell used e-bikes. They refurbish bikes. You can sell them your old bike. They refurbish them, then they sell them with a warranty. And I've noticed if you look at brand new bikes, they're about 40% cheaper buying them from them. And they're here in North Redondo, so that's pretty awesome.
Is that a paid commercial announcement?
Well, they're Redondo business, right? And they just had this huge event, and they're promoting bicycle
Just
riding
making your change.
in the city. So I did want to promote them. It seemed
It's a sales tax.
like a novel concept. All right, and wanted to thank our city manager because Councilmember Barrett has been initiating meetings with every department head in the city regarding the budget. And you might think that's whatever, that's what you're supposed to do. But in other cities, I've heard of city managers not allowing city council members to talk directly with staff unless it's in the presence of the city manager or with the express permission. So I'd like to thank our city manager for his policy of his open door policy that he's had, allowing us to talk with every one of the directors to understand what they've needed and what they've asked for in the budget. Also thank the directors for meeting with us, and thank Councilmember Barrett for initiating all those meetings. My community meeting will be on June 5th, this Thursday, at 6 p.m. at Perry Park Senior Center. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to recognize the spring 2025 Region 17 AYSO 12 and under girls soccer team. Purple Potatoes won it all in a very difficult match this past weekend. And I do believe it's in large part to one of their coaches, Council Member Paige Kalajerovich.
This applause back to the team and the head coach. I was there for moral support, but it was a great game, and well done, Potatoes.
And congratulations to Mary. I know she had a breakout game and helped turn the tide, so well
You know
done.
what? I'm going to make her watch this. She's going to be so embarrassed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, that's it. Okay, we're jumping, if you're following on the agenda, we're going to jump down to item E, approving the order of the agenda. Anybody want to move anything on the agenda? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
Move to approve the order of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Let's see, if you go to item F, that is a canceled meeting of the Community Financing Authority, so we'll be moving on to G, blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items tonight?
Yes, Mayor. We have H7, an agreement with Duke's Root Control Public Communication, L1, which is the public hearing related to the street landscaping and lighting assessment. You have Prop 218 requirements, L3 regarding the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget, and 5-year capital improvement program, public communications, and 2, the proposed amendments to Rules 111 and 1121 of the South Coast Air Quality Management District's draft letter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, jumping down to item H, consent calendar. These are items that we approve en masse unless any on the council wants to exclude them for further discussion. So does anyone want to pull any of the items tonight? Okay, I see no one. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second.
Okay, before we take a vote, we will open it up to the public to speak to any of these consent calendar items. I do have a card from Mark Nelson on agenda item number H7. Is Mark here? I knew I saw him.
Yes, I'm in town for change. Good evening. So as a young chemical engineer, sort of like our former mayor, and I do miss Bill, I made toilet paper and we made it indestructible so that it would go down your sewers, hang up on your roots, and never be able to make it through. So I understand why you foam, for killing roots. And actually, we had no intention of making, 14 generation toilet paper, but just how it kind of turned out, because that's what people wanted. But later I found out that the foaming itself causes problems around it, and it's not necessarily your foam. I don't know what, the new generation of foam is. But I know that previously when it was done, it leaked out of the pipes because of course it hung up the plugs. And the only reason roots come in is because there's holes. I mean, that part's simple enough to understand. So, I would certainly encourage your vendor to use the least toxic, least often, foaming that they can do. Plus it's cheaper, right? I mean, let's be serious, the less it used. People at home, in order to avoid having their sewer dug up, and then when they have these sorts of problems, every couple of weeks, they wind up flushing a pound of copper sulfate down or something else, and you do wind up with a lot of toxics in the ground because of it. So I realize this is commercial. I mean, I don't object to the contract, but I would just like them to use a practice that would be environmentally as friendly as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to address anything on the consent calendar? Anybody online?
I have none, and I have no e-comments.
Okay. So with that, I will call for the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Votes unanimous. Is there anything you have to read?
Yeah, just one. H9, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2506-031, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a public works contract to Sequel Constructors, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $1,151,000 for the construction of Kingsdale Avenue resurfacing between Grant Avenue and 182nd Street, project job number 40880. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that takes us to item I. We did not exclude any consent calendar items, so we'll be jumping to item J. This is public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda tonight for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and the council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and we'll take written requests first. So the first one I have is Mike Shields, and then the second is Jim Mueller.
How we doing? Is that dramatic enough? Anyway, all right. I sent you all an email recently. I'm going to read it into the public record right now. Dear honorable members of the Redondo Beach City Council, I hope this finds you well. And I wrote to propose the establishment of an Office of Film Commissioner for Redondo Beach and to respectfully offer my candidacy for this position. Redondo Beach possesses what countless production companies seek: stunning coastal views, picturesque neighborhoods, and authentic Southern California charm. Yet we consistently watch as neighboring communities, especially Hermosa and Manhattan, capitalize on the lucrative film industry while our own economic potential remains untapped. The LA film industry generates over $30 billion annually, and Redondo Beach deserves its share of this economic windfall. Without a dedicated film commissioner, Redondo Beach lacks a streamlined permitting process that encourages productions rather than deterring them, proactive outreach to studios and production companies, a unified vision for balancing film activity with community needs, a single point of contact to ensure compliance with local regulations. This vacancy costs our community thousands in potential revenue each month and countless missed opportunities for local business stimulus. I've got a minute and a half left. We're doing good. All right. Establishing this office will generate significant new revenue through permitting fees, create economic ripple effects for local businesses, hotels, restaurants, retail, et cetera, provide employment opportunities for local residents, showcase our community's beauty to a global audience, establish Redondo Beach as a forward-thinking, business-friendly city. As a longtime resident with deep connections to both our community and the film industry, I bring established relationships with production companies and studios, comprehensive understanding of the permitting and location scouting process, a commitment to protecting Redondo Beach's character while maintaining economic opportunity. Experience balancing the needs of production teams with resident concerns, the vision to position Redondo Beach as the premier filming destination in the South Bay. How we all doing? Got a paragraph left. All right. The Office of Film Commissioner can be structured to generate more revenue than it costs through competitive permitting fees, public-private partnerships with industry stakeholders, and creation of the film-friendly infrastructure that continuously draws new business. Every month without a film commissioner represents lost permit revenue, missed economic opportunities for local businesses, production choosing neighboring communities instead, and delays in establishing Redondo Beach as a premier filming location. The entertainment industry is actively seeking new filming locations as production rebounds. Competitors are moving quickly to secure their position in this market. Redondo Beach has everything producers want except the administrative structure to welcome them properly. I respectfully urge the City Council to establish the Office of Film Commissioner immediately and to consider my appointment to this position. Together
I'm sorry, sir, your time.
I'm done. All right. Thank you for your time.
Jim Mueller and then David Rosenfeld.
Good evening, Council. It's always a pleasure to speak to you, and that was a hard act to follow. I'm curious about the city's new Economic Development Committee. Since economic development is a very important topic in Redondo Beach, and especially where I live in District 5, North Redondo. I've been curious about this committee, who's on it, what they plan to do, and will there be progress reports. I've gotten a smattering of information. I understand that the committee has taken potential investors on tours of locations in North Redondo. I'd like to know more about those tours and their results. I'm also curious about whether the committee, which I understand has no community members, will be making a wide scope needs assessment of the community surrounding Artesia Boulevard. And that's because I've always been impressed by the size and nature of the consumer market surrounding Artesia Boulevard. And I found it curious that very few businesses there on Artesia have been able to really tap into that market. People I talk to about this tell me that when they want to do serious shopping or hang out with a crowd, they go to Manhattan Beach, Manhattan Village, Del Amo, or Hermosa. They don't go to Artesia Boulevard. Now, why is that? What can be done about it? Developing Artesia Boulevard economically may be easier if the first thing done is to find out why people don't shop there or hang out there and what they would like to see and have available, you know, like a general survey. Sometimes it seems like the city government is just thinking that the ACAP and a bigger FAR are going to work like magic. It may be time to ask more people what they want and do a rethink. Once you know what people want Then you can focus getting them that which leads to a successful investment, which leads to successful economic development, which leads to more revenue for the city's coffers. Thank you.
Thank you. David Rosenfeld and then Mick William, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm David Rosenfeld. I was born and raised in Redondo Beach, a proud graduate of Alta Vista Elementary School. I came up to speak with you tonight about your draft retail cannabis ordinance, which you know that we've all been following very closely. As a representative for one of the applicants, we want to strongly encourage the City Council to continue all of the good work that was done over the past several years to craft a safe retail cannabis ordinance for the citizens of Redondo Beach. While several residents have voiced strong opposition, we want you to know that there are many more residents who are looking forward to having access to a retail dispensary that is close to home. Many of those supporters, including myself, voted against Measure E in 2022 strictly because that measure was promoted by an outsider and it was not coming from Redondo Beach. And I've heard many people throughout this debate cite that measure as reasons that this, residents are opposed to this, when in fact, I think, a lot of people voted against it for different reasons, as I stated. So for anyone, let's see, over the past several weeks, we have circulated a petition to urge the City Council to move forward with its retail cannabis request for proposals. So far, we have collected 182 signatures on the petition. And if all those people were here tonight, it would fill this council chambers almost twice. There's about 100 seats in the chambers. So I just want you guys to imagine if all of those people were here tonight, I think you would be a lot more compelled to take action. So that's why we are bringing this petition forward to you. And I just want to, I have just a few more minutes, one more minute, just to briefly read the petition. It says, "We, the undersigned residents, business owners, and stakeholders of Redondo Beach, write to express our strong support for the city's retail cannabis ordinance. We commend the City Council for taking a thoughtful and measured approach to regulating cannabis businesses and believe that finalizing the ordinance and releasing the request for proposal is a critical step." And then we detail some of the reasons for our support, and those include new tax revenue to support essential city services, which are crucial to our city, job creation and local business opportunities, regulation and oversight that promote safety and compliance, and a reduction in the illicit market. So once again, I really do want to urge you guys to at least just bring the matter up for a vote. I think you owe it to the residents and to the last council for all the good work that they did to at least bring it forward and have it be discussed. If it's going to be shot down, then have it be discussed at least, and have the people give your input and then take it to a vote. So I'd like to submit the petition, please. For the
Motion to
record.
receive and file.
Thank you so much.
All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Witsansky, that is scheduled to come back to us, right?
Yeah, it's going to come back in July, and it's a simple discussion
waiting to
about
get through budget.
the authorization to release the request for proposals.
Okay. Richard McQuillan, and then Mark Nelson.
Good evening, everyone. I'd just like to give you a quick update on our CRTsia South Bay Streets project, which I'll call Streets for short. I spoke to the Cultural Arts Commission last week, and I shared a quote that I like from Gustave Flaubert, who said, "Be regular and ordinary in your life so that you can be violent and original in your work." So I've been leading my regular, ordinary, boring life working on the Streets app. The agents are working on it now while I'm here talking to you. I published a new version of the app on Saturday. It's still under construction, and it will be for a little while. It's not pretty, it's not complete, it's not perfect, but parts of it are useful, including some maps, and I can now onboard others to create accounts and steward the aviation and Artesia maps and finish the Galleria map and do other maps like corridors and shopping centers, et cetera. Like even what's in this Redondo Plaza, we're gonna find out, we're gonna map that and everything up and down the corridor here so that people who are driving here will know. Google Maps doesn't tell you that, and they're getting worse. I believe the value of these storefront directories will be revealed as we build them and begin to use them for tourist strolls and events and commute stops visit planning, the big sporting events coming, and more. But these directories are just a portal to what I call community software. It's for our community, about our community, sponsored by a community member, me. And I'm leaning towards just making it community-owned, but not a nonprofit, because if we can do it right here, other communities might be interested, because we're not alone in our situations. On Thursday, I'm having a kickoff meeting with the Redondo Union High School students who are volunteering. 2 of these won the state competitions. This is going to be fun. Both the chamber and its new CEO, Mara Santos, are supporting. And they're providing some meeting space, and the NRBBA will sponsor the volunteerships. If anybody wanted to attend that meeting, you're certainly welcome, but it's going to be oriented toward the kids helping. It's 4 p.m. Thursday at the chamber. I'm going to have more meetings soon to introduce this to the adult community. And also the Cultural Arts Commission wants a map of the public art in the city. So I offered to blend that map with the streets commerce directories, and they are interested in putting mapping on their agenda. So I'll stop for now, but as always, I appreciate any support, and soon I'll be making more outreach to the community and the businesses about this project. So please call me with any comments or questions or suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a place we can see this?
See Artesia or South Bay Streets. They both take you to the same thing. It's just like I said, it's under construction.
Is it again?
See Artesia or South
See
Bay
Artesia.
Streets. Yeah.
.org.com?
Yeah. It's been updated now, so.
Which is it, .com or .org?
.com.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Appreciate the work. Mark Nelson, and that's the last card I have.
Okay, good evening again. In case you didn't know, and I have no idea what your communications are with Beach Cities anymore, their private-public partnership partner pulled the plug. So there's a lot of Ps. They were the ones that were going to do the assisted living. They're the ones that didn't spend the $14 million of taxpayer money to do all the pre-development. So, bad situation. Beach Cities, in the meantime, while none of us knew that the contract had cratered yet, went out and contracted to have another third party take a look for just ordinary senior housing. So just basically apartment complexes. No public input at all. Then they sprung that on everybody, and we looked at it and went, oh, this is interesting, especially the parts about, and the city can't do squat because we're going to go ahead and have enough affordable housing to basically get out of the regulations and local permitting. Now, the next thing we heard was, instead of that, they're going to have an all-comers RFO, RFP, RF something, where basically they want people to bid and say, look, I'll lease it for this much an acre or this much a year or whatever it is. I'll demo anything I want there and build kind of whatever I want that's health related. Okay, so that I guess could be apartment buildings too. We don't really know. I really think that the city needs to take an active role in trying to manage beach cities a little bit. I realize that they're a district, but they're a district who have 60,000 a year taxpayers too. And, I don't know what you know about the financing on the Alcove project, but Alcove, Beach Cities took a $6 million grant from the state for a building. That came with a 30-year obligation tail to fund it for Beach Cities, meaning our taxpayers, because Beach Cities doesn't fund anything. Beyond that, Beach Cities expanded it to 1.4 million people, all of LA County SPA 8. So basically, just the Redondo taxpayers are on the hook for something like $75 million over the next 30 years just to feed this Alcove program. So I think that, nobody's watching. They're doing whatever they're doing. I don't know if any of you watched John Oliver on HBO, but a few years back, he did a thing on special districts, and it was special. You'll probably enjoy it a bit because some of you have more experience. So I would like to see you hop in before they do any more projects that have benefit cost ratios of like 1 to 30. Not a good deal. impacts us, the taxpayers. And our property taxes are going to be hit at some point to pay it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there another card? Okay, that's all the cards I have then. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
Gregory Anderson, Redondo Beach. I just want to bring up an issue that I'm facing every time I drive my street. And I really hope that in the consent calendar that you did tonight or any other night, you didn't pay these people yet. But the 1600 block of Heron, you come up to a stop sign and there's about I'll say an 8-10 foot section that sinks down about 2 or 3 inches, and it hasn't been finished yet. I hope it's not finished yet. It needs to be fixed. There's a section on Dixon on the northbound side, but it extends into the southbound side going down to Ford, which is a steel plate. And there's a sign says steel plate. That's probably been at least a month that that's been going on. There's Grant, and I know there's been a lot of work there. That is horrible. These streets need to be fixed. So I'm just saying, let's get them fixed.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Anybody online?
I have no e-comments, and at this point, I don't have anybody raised for this non-agenda items. Yeah, I have none.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're jumping down to item K, ex parte communications. We do have 3 hearings tonight. So I'd ask the council members to reveal their ex parte communications by L1, L2, or L3. Councilmember Waller.
I have none.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
I have none.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None for L1, L2, city staff, and the mayor. L3, city staff and the mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Robaji.
L1, staff, maybe Councilmember Barrett. L2, let's see, I don't think I guess Councilmember Barrett. L3, Councilmember Barrett. Right? Anything else?
City staff.
Oh, yeah, yeah, city staff and mayor. There we go.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you. On L1, L2, L3, city staff, the mayor, and Councilmember Obaji.
Okay. And on all 3, I have talked with the city manager and with several of the council members. On L3, I did get feedback from the public, but I did not talk directly with any member of the public, but did get some emails.
And I guess I would amend mine. L2, I did speak with the mayor.
Okay. Any other revelations? Okay. So now, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, now we'll jump to the public hearings. We'll start with L1. Who has the floor on this one? Is it?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Andy Winchie, Public Works Director. I have with me tonight the City Engineer, Lauren Sablon, who will be making the presentation for the Street Landscaping, Lighting, and Assessment District for next fiscal year.
Before you go on, we need to open the public hearing.
Oh.
Motion to open the
We
public
don't
hearing.
have to now, but I'll take a motion to open the public hearing.
I motioned, he seconded.
Okay, all 4?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Madam Clerk, if we could have the display. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're discussing the Street Lighting and Landscaping Assessment District. This is an annual process to authorize the assessment fee for maintenance of the street, for the Street Lighting and Landscaping District. My annual report includes an assessment diagram, the methodology, and the projected cost for the next year. And that was presented in May 21st. At that time, council passed a resolution with the intent to levy an assessment to address the cost to maintain these items. There we go. So tonight's action is to take public input and decide whether or not to authorize collection of the revenue needed to support the work to maintain the streetlights, signals, and landscape medians. The annual expenditure is approximately $2.7 million for these items. And the assessment fee, the maximum that we are able to collect is $1.5 million, which turns out to be about $60 annually to residents and $120 or so to commercial property owners. The remaining $1.2 million is funded in general by general fund. To increase this cost or the fee that is collected, it would fall under Prop 218 process, which has been submitted to you as part of a blue folder item. This process does require an engineer's report that would be prepared by a consultant, and it would also require a vote from our residents. This process would take approximately 12 months or so. And so staff is now, again, recommending that we collect the maximum amount to be collected to minimize the gap and subsequent impacts to the general fund. And to do that, we were recommending that you take comment tonight during this public hearing, and then also confirm that there's no majority protest, and then adopt by title the resolution 2506-032. And we're here for any questions. Yes.
Okay, so I keep reading this and I get confused. Right now, if we don't vote to increase the fees are gonna happen the way they're in the budget now, right now, correct?
Well, maybe I would
If we do nothing, do we have to go to a vote?
I would reframe that question. If we do nothing, we would lose roughly $1 million in collect assessment.
I understand that.
Yeah. So in order for us to continue to capture and collect and apply to the assessor payroll on an annualized tax basis, you have to take this action each year. So we can effectively reconstitute the roughly $1 million
We vote on
of
it every
fees.
year regardless what.
Every year. That's what's
okay.
That's what's required under the Landscape and Lighting Act of 19, whatever it is, 92.
And what you're asking is not, right now, is not an increase? so
It's
we'll
not an
continue at the
increase. It's a
deficit?
reaffirmation of the existing fee
So if
structure.
we wanted to close that gap, is this the time when we'd say, let's up this and put it to a
No,
vote?
we would have to do a supplemental process, and it starts with an assessor's methodology. We'd have to bring on a consultant, study how we would like to assess the
Okay.
supplemental fee, and it would track its own Prop 218
Finally
process.
understand it.
Yeah.
So thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to pick up on that point, what's being recommended here is to increase to the maximum extent possible under the existing parameters, the assessment.
Which
What we
is-
can do short of going to the public again. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct. This is to maintain our existing assessment as is, which is the maximum that we can
Maximum.
collect.
Okay.
You could choose to lower it. You could choose to do that, but we certainly wouldn't recommend that. But we are effectively asking you to continue the existing assessment for another fiscal year cycle.
Existing maximum assessment that we could do under the current parameters.
Under the current parameters, which were established by the Street Landscaping and Lighting Act prior to Prop 218.
Right.
That's why we're frozen effectively in time at this level. Anything beyond that has to be collected through a supplemental Prop 218 process.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I have no one else raising their hand? Or is that changing?
Yeah, waiting for it.
Well,
So,
Councilmember Waller.
I'm good with continuing it as is. I think that makes sense. But with our fiscal issues, the possible trash change is also a Prop 218 vote. Is that correct?
It's a separate Prop 218 process.
But
There are a couple of different stratospheres for Prop 218. The trash collection falls under what's called a majority protest process. The Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District falls under an affirmative voting process, which is slightly different. So the standard for approval is higher for something like this because it's assessed on parcel property owners as opposed to ratepayers for a service. So it's got a different distinction. But it all falls under Proposition 218, which is the law that affected how tax is collected generally for a number of fees.
But if we wanted to adjust the fee through a Prop 218 vote, it might make sense to align that with if we were to adjust the trash fees through a Prop 218 vote.
Well, they actually would follow two distinct paths, and one has a more arduous process attached to it. So you could run them on parallel courses, but they wouldn't follow the same timeline, if that makes sense.
Okay, I was wondering, there's a savings by having one vote instead of.
It's two distinct processes, unfortunately.
Okay. I'd still be encourage you to look at that process.
You'd need direction to do that, yeah?
We would, and we would need to actually spend some money on a consultant to help create the methodology to consider the possible supplemental assessment. We did this a few years back. It was, I want to say 2017. Was it 17 when we, well, it feels like it longer ago than that.
Last
for
time
some
we
reason.
just talked about it, yeah.
Last time we talked about it. I think the last time we attempted it through vote was early.
2006, yeah.
2006. And you hire a consultant and effectively create the new methodology. There's a pro rata share of parcel ownership that determines what your vote means in that process. And you need effectively 50% plus one affirmative response to the proposed fee, actually telling you, yes, I'm supportive of it, as opposed to the majority protest process that runs for trash rates, as an example, where you have to have the opposite. You have to have a majority of folks tell you no proactively. And in the absence of that, you can act on the fee increase.
And that's based on?
Prop 218 law.
Well, I mean, the majority saying yes is a much higher bar.
It's much higher
If you have a
Yeah.
49% turnout and they all say yes, you don't pass. That's what you're saying.
Well, you need a majority of the respondents to say yes, but most people don't take the time to affirm and say, yes, please tax me. Similarly, they don't necessarily take the time to protest the increased fee when we're talking about trash rates on a marginal scale.
So what's your recommendation? I mean, I see the deficit, that's a big deficit. I mean, are you looking for us to okay?
Tonight, all we're doing is affirming the existing assessment, but if you, as part of your budget discussions, want to consider us exploring closing that gap and seeking that supplemental assessment, we would need direction as part of the budget. We would need funding to support the consultant.
What's the funding?
It's in the probably $200,000 range. It's not cheap. I mean, I don't know if you've got a
Yeah, last
figure.
time we asked, it was about 70,000 in 2017. So I'd say maybe not quite 200,
150?
but close, yep.
$150,000. So we would need a single appropriation, and then we'd have to come back with that contract. And then ultimately, that scope of work would be executed, and you would, as a council, consider the new proposed methodology options.
What's roughly the impact per residential unit of
Isn't it
recouping
based
that
on
1.2?
frontage?
Probably roughly three times, 2.5 to 3 times what's currently paid.
What's that?
We're collecting about $60 for a typical single-family residence right now. Per year.
So we get 180?
And that gets us about half, so maybe double
Well,
that plus a little bit.
Gets us about 35 to 40%.
If we just did maintenance, the program can also pay for improvements, which we haven't done in years because of the funding issue. We've just done maintenance.
Could pay for tree trimming, it could do other things, so.
Okay, but all you need tonight is the approval for.
Just to get the collection on the rolls for next
Okay,
year.
Councilmember Abaji.
Just the affirmative vote would have to, is that on a ballot, in a ballot box at the ballot, or it's like a letter you
Mail.
send out and
It's a
you
mail,
mail back?
mail vote. We have to get 50% plus one of all the responses that come back.
And that's the process that this was first passed by?
No, this was passed under, I checked, it's the 1972 Lighting Act, which at the time allowed councils to administratively set these fees via hearing, which is what we're doing today. Ever since Prop 218, you now have to follow a different process. So and one caveat, it's not just property owners, each property owner might have a disproportionate weighting of its vote. Larger frontages might be assessed more money, so homes with larger frontages who may potentially achieve that greater assessment have a larger vote share. It's formulaic ultimately.
And specific benefit has to be assigned to each property as well, which is part of the reason it costs $150,000 for the assessment, to understand the specific benefit per property.
This is Prop 2, this is by design this is why Prop 218 effectively was passed to make these types of assessments a much more arduous process.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Actually, one follow-on.
Go ahead.
So if you didn't want to go through that process and spend the money to go through that process, what's another way that you could raise the money to year over year fund our lighting, tree trimming, et cetera?
Well, you could go a completely different route, and you could do a full vote on a parks district or a public park and open space district where you assess everybody in the community, and you create a program to do that, and ultimately you have all voters weigh in on that outcome.
Be a parks and lighting district?
Yeah, you could create, it's effectively a special parks district that would help us fund maintenance of landscape areas. But again, that's a whole nother process, and the consultant fee in that scenario is much higher.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a greater property pool, you're looking at new expenses, your methodology is more expansive.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Barron?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. And to move forward with the Proposition 218 vote on increasing the assessment for lighting and landscaping to Andy's point, it would cost a couple $100,000 just to get that up and going.
Just to study
Just to
the
study.
methodology, then you would consider assigning that and going forward with the vote.
And then it would have to pass the vote, please tax me kind of thing.
Yep.
And then in 2006, I think, and you may have mentioned this, was the last time the city did that.
Correct.
And it was like 57% against.
That sounds right. It wasn't
Okay.
it wasn't super close, as I
So that would
recall.
have to be part of the calculus, whether to go through the exercise and claw out 200,000 if we don't think it, yeah.
It's a calculation of, do you think there's a high propensity for success here? And is it something you ultimately want to pursue? One of the arguments against the proposed methodology at the time is there were folks, particularly with corner lots and different size frontages, that felt like they had a disproportionate assessment for the
Right.
benefit that they would ultimately achieve. Just because they had increased frontage didn't necessarily mean that they had increased landscape burden for the city. So it was a point of criticism for some folks in the community. And there was a bit of a rally against the program.
Yeah.
If there was a different methodology selected, perhaps, that was viewed as more equitable, maybe the outcome's different, but that's ultimately what that study, that consultant work is about.
You're a 2 and 3 in a lot heavy city, right?
We are. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone want to do a motion at this point?
Is there a protest? The clerk receive a protest? No?
Well, this one doesn't require protest. This is still an administrative hearing process because it falls under the old Lighting Act.
So that there,
Probably had to confirm that there's no majority protest.
Yeah, that's not
Sorry.
for this.
That's
We haven't, that's after, once the 218 is being done and the ballots come in, that's when I confirm.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Well, we haven't had the public hearing. I'm just looking for a motion, and then we can open the public hearing.
Motion to adopt by title only resolution number CC-2506-032.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Gregory Anderson, Redondo Beach. Just point of clarification. And I'm not understanding this, and maybe the city manager could explain this to me. But this is the first that it seems like this is coming to the attention of the council, but yet the date is July 1st, 2025. This all has to be done for the following fiscal year. Am I understanding that correctly? Why is this coming so late?
This is the time, well, I should defer to the mayor. This is the timing. Each year, this comes at this time of year. The hearing has to conclude before the start of the next fiscal year, much like our budget adoption. So, and we have to be able to place it on the following year's tax roll. So this is our normal course of action for this assessment. If you go back to June and May and June agendas over the past 20 years, you will see this specific item.
Okay, I'm just curious why what I consider the lateness of this, especially when you gave them the option of a Parks and Recreation or a lighting district or these other options that would have taken a lot longer
Oh,
to
yeah.
do.
Those could not be implemented by July 1, just for the record. Those would take probably a year or two to formally consider and act on. The only thing we can act on tonight is continuation of the existing assessment structure that's been in place since 1984, I believe.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for explaining.
Anyone else? Anyone online?
I have no one for this item.
Any written?
No e-comments also.
Okay, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close, second.
Okay, so we have two motions on the floor. We have the public hearing closure and we have the, a motion to approve the resolution as written. So with that, I'll take a, call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, unanimous.
Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2506-032, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, confirming the diagram and assessment and levying of the assessment for the Street Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District for the fiscal year from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now jumping to L2, this is a public hearing on our Athens services rate.
While they're booting up, this one does have a majority protest component.
Before I get into it,
Do I need
Can I-
to move to open the public hearing?
yeah,
Okay.
do I get a second? Second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, sorry about that. Mike?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is our annual process to confirm rates for the next fiscal year with our Athens contract. Andrea is here. She's our senior management analyst who will be presenting tonight. We talked recently about an amendment. This has nothing to do with an amendment. This is under our current contract, so just keep that in mind as we move through the presentation. Thank you.
All right, evening, Mayor and Council members. Andrea Delap, Senior Management Analyst, Public Works Department. So we are here tonight for a public hearing to consider the proposed adjustments to refuse rates for the 25-26 fiscal year. And some of you have seen me give this presentation before. Staff comes before you every year at this time to consider the refuse rates for the upcoming fiscal year for residents and businesses as prescribed in the current Athens Services Agreement and ratified by that Proposition 218 process we just talked about. And so this evening we have a few slides, to walk you and the community through this annual process. And we will look at the current Athens contract, the proposed rate increase, what that means for the proposed rates this year, rate breakdown and some comparisons, and then the recommendation. All right, so the current hauler agreement, the first amendment of that hauler agreement was signed in June 2019, and we are currently in year 7 of a 9-year term of that agreement. There have been no changes to the formula as outlined in that first amendment since 2019, and there have been no changes, and those changes, the formula as laid out in that first amendment were ratified last year through the Proposition 218 process. So as we just heard, refuse rates adjustments are governed by Prop 218, and the city completed that process, and the rate methodology was ratified last year, 2014, for the following 5 years.
2024.
2024, did I misspeak? Sorry. So as noted, no changes in the rate methodology prescribed in the agreement last ratified in 2024 by the Prop 218 process. So the current hauler agreement with Athens Services outlines that the annual adjustment is an indices change plus 1%. In 25-26, in fiscal year 25-26, that indices change will be 2.6%. And then there is also built into the contract a 1% adjustment. So for this year, the total proposed increase is 3.6% for all customers, residents, multifamily units, commercial businesses. To take a look a little closer at what those indices are, we have the following slide. showing the breakdown in the changes for this coming fiscal year in all of those indices. So the total weighted changes, and you take all of those 5 categories, labor, fuel, equipment, disposal, and other, the total weighted indices change is 2.6%. Then you take that formula all the way back, indices change plus 1%, that's where we come with that 3.6%.
What determines the weight of each of the indices?
So that is outlined in the First Amendment of the Athens Services Contract. Attached to your packet this evening was the Athens Services Refuse Rate Adjustment Letter, which they are required by contract to provide to us each February. And that details step by step, step 1, 2, 3, 4. They go through the indices and then the weights and the weighted adjustments.
But what I didn't understand out of that, is the weight set by contract or is it determined from the analysis? Does it vary year per year? Is that each indices has its own indice, has its own weight in perpetuity?
That is correct. It's set in the contract that was outlined in 2019, and then it will move over time as each year the change occurs. So it's compounded over time.
The weight?
Yes.
The weight changes?
So if you look at...
I'm really confused.
Yeah. So for example, I don't have the packet for, thank you. So for example, this year, if you look at step 4, the reweight of the cost components, it's reweighted based on the prior year's adjustment. And so this year, the cost adjustment component weighting for safe labor is now 27.91%. And that has been reweighted from the prior year.
That's clear as mud to me.
Well, if I may.
Go ahead.
So
And I'm glad that the city manager has joined us because he was instrumental in the creation of this contract. So I will appreciate any feedback he has
To the
as well.
mayor's question, so the weight assigned to each index, was that part of a negotiation in a contract that was then locked in? Or is the weight that's assigned to each index itself based on a different index that fluctuates, independent of what was? That's the question. That's the question. Yeah, that's the question.
It's pursuant to the terms of the agreement. So the original weighting by indices was a pre-negotiated figure that was based on whatever was occurring in the industry at the time. And there is, and I believe this is still the case in the contract, I haven't looked at it as carefully of late, that weighting can be adjusted under certain circumstances depending on what is occurring in the marketplace. Okay. So, but the basis for that was a pre-negotiated figure that was contemporary at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, but how do they adjust it year to year? I'm sorry.
The basis for the indices now is also formulaic. Whatever adjustments are occurring are pursuant to the terms of the contract.
I understand the change in the indice. I don't understand the change in the weight of each indice.
The weighting is prescriptive as well in the agreement. So I can't tell you exactly what the adjustment basis is at this point. It's been a while since I've looked at that specific chart. It doesn't move much. It's affected by the overall cost. If you have a category that's changed significantly over a series of several years, it might change the basis of weighting over time. But again, it's largely based on the initial negotiated amount.
So I can add a little more light to that perhaps. In the package you have, there's a step-by-step process of how these calculation methodology plays out. In the step 4, where the reweigh of the cost components is considered, it indicates that the cost component weighting will be multiplied by a change in the index related to how the indices changes to get the new cost weighting for the following year.
Okay.
So it does adjust over time.
Prescriptive, originally there was a negotiation, hey, labor will be X percent, gas will be X percent, and then we'll take the change each year and it will get a weighted, each separate index will be weighted. And then based on the change year over year, hey, fuel prices went down, labor went up, then the weight assigned to each component, labor, fuel, et cetera, will then change
That gets
based on that?
modified by
Slightly
how.
modified,
Yeah.
yeah.
A slight, okay, so it's prescriptive originally, then slightly modified based on the changes to each component, labor, fuel, et cetera?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the
So
initial,
column M is the original weighting,
yeah,
and then in column Q, I guess, is the new weighting. Is that what you're saying?
So column M would have been the FY 24-25, not the original weighting,
Okay,
but
right,
but the
last year's
FY
weighting, yeah.
24-25 weighting, yes.
And then Q is the 25,
correct.
26
That's
weighting.
correct.
So
If I was to get you the original weighting, I would pull up the First Amendment, and it will be in that First Amendment document.
So labor goes from 27.09 to 27.2%, fuel goes from 3.39 to 2.14%.
my recollection is
Weighting.
those weightings were much more rounded at the time, starting with whole numbers. And since the subsequent adjustments have occurred, they are slightly altered year over year.
Based on a component of the total cost?
I do believe, I mean, that's the initial basis. And then I think as each of the individual indices change and there is an adjustment to the weighting against that total cost for future years. So it's all, that's the negotiated formula, if you will.
It just seems that a 35% drop in fuel would warrant more of a, would drag it
fuel-
down more than it did.
Well, fuel is a very small component now of the overall cost.
Well, that's why I'm trying, why?
Because it
Do
is.
we get to see the total buildup of cost?
Because it's volatile. In some instances, fuel is a volatile component. And if we had year-over-year fees indexed to the price of a barrel of oil, we would have major fluctuations. So I think the negotiation has fuel as a smaller starting basis because of its potential for
So
volatility.
then it's not based on how much fuel is, you know, a cost in.
It is, just not, it just doesn't carry as much weight.
Madam Clerk, could you light up 2B, please? So showing, okay, this is the First Amendment to the contract with Athens, which is the one in effect right now. And I think this explains it, right? Is it fuel is 3.97%?
Yep, of the weighted, yeah,
Right, the weight. So that's why a 35% drop doesn't really make.
doesn't matter.
I know, I'm asking how you got to that weight.
Somebody got to it back in 2011, right?
Yeah, it was because I think due to the risk of volatility for that type of a component. And it's not as, and for somebody like Athens who can buy in bulk and can buy, you know, can fix their prices differently than the rest of us, I don't think it's as much of an issue for them operationally. It certainly is one.
I don't want to beat a dead horse
Yeah.
here. Sorry for interrupting.
No, not at all. It's very much part of what we're here to discuss this evening because we come before you every year. There isn't a lot of change to what we're going through tonight. It's the practice, it's the methodology as was set in 2019. So that's a great segue to understand that methodology. That's exactly what we're here to do this evening.
Do we get to see cost ever, or is it just, we're just charged a fee? As a city, do we get to see cost?
Do we see, you mean the Athens costs?
Yeah.
For operations? Well, they provide justification in their letter each year for how their operations have been impacted. But part of the reason we went with these indices is so it's a clear and transparent metric. Well, might take a little math to follow, but it is.
Look, I understand math, I'm an engineer.
Yeah.
I don't understand how
Yeah.
this was.
It's not, it's.
Having not been here to negotiate the initial one, I don't understand the basis.
The basis is that we can track these indices publicly and we can determine costs based on the performance of the industry at large as opposed to
If
Athens'
fuel
own
was
secret sauce.
3.97% of their costs,
Right.
yeah, then I could see weighting the volatility.
And I think largely speaking, at the start of the agreement, that was
Okay.
their beginning position.
Okay.
Yeah.
That, I was just going to add that that's probably how this original weighting was
Well,
set.
that's why I said, do we get to see costs so we can validate that it's still in that range, or
Right.
have things changed? especially as we're coming up on a requested amendment.
We could certainly ask for that, the current pro forma, if we receive proposed rate changes in the future.
I apologize, let's keep moving.
Not at all, and I've taken a note that that's something that for our future discussions on Second Amendment, that we will certainly incorporate that into some of the requests we have for the hauler. Moving along with tonight's discussion, Madam Clerk.
You want to.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. So moving forward with tonight's discussion, I wanted to show how that 3.6% will impact the proposed refuse rates for Redondo Beach. So this slide, you can see the single family rate, and that is a solid rate. That's a solid number. We know that all single family homes have a monthly refuse rate of, in 24-25, $29.78, and that 3.6% takes that next fiscal year to $30.77. So that is an annual total of $357.36. And that is the locked solid rate for our residential customers. For the next two rows, you'll see sample, because for our multifamily customers and our commercial customers, there's a myriad of potential service levels that they can avail of. But what we've shown you here is a sort of a typical, one of our more commonly used service rates. So for a multifamily, we looked at a 2-yard bin that's serviced weekly, shared by 6 units, and you can see the change there for a proposed 25-26 fee of $170.49 a month. And for commercial, we looked at a 3-yard bin service weekly, and you can see the adjustment there with a 3.6% to $263.37. Then we decided to take a look at some of our closer neighbors. Normally at this time, staff does an informal survey of a wider area within the South Bay and neighboring cities. But it can be very difficult with all of those different services we just talked about to do an apples to apples comparison. So we took a look at just 2 of our closest neighbors, Hermosa Beach and Manhattan Beach. And this shows you what a service level comparison looks like. I'll try, and without the use of a pointer, I will try and help you sort of show where we are. Redondo Beach has unlimited service for all of our residents at that $30.77 a month rate we just discussed for the proposed FY 25-26.
Just point of order. Is this in the packet? Is it a blue folder item?
Just the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you.
With that in Redondo Beach, we have, that includes recycling and organics. We have those HHW sponsored events, that one we had this last weekend, and our very well received bulky item pickup of 4 items weekly. In comparison, we have Hermosa Beach. You can see they have the different levels of service for refuse, but we often compare to that unlimited, that 96 gallon at $32.96. Although there, as you can see, there are the lower options. Recycling is included, however, organics is not included. So those residents would also have to select and pay for one of the organics carts at the options you see there before you. They don't have a HHW event in the city, and they have 2 annual pickups per year.
Excuse me. Councilmember Obaji, can you please move the mic towards you? Thank you.
What are the 35 grams, 64 grams, 96 grams?
Gallon, pardon me.
Gallon.
Gallon. So the size of the cart.
The typical carts that we have in Redondo, single family homes
Between
are
64 and 96 is what you will see out on the street mostly.
Got
The really small ones, you don't see them very often in Redondo Beach.
right.
Okay, and then finally, you see the same for Manhattan Beach, the varying sizes, the gallon sizes of carts with the included recycling and organic service, and then the HHW and bulky items. If there is a question, I'll pause here.
And this is something that we would like, I think, over time to expand on with other neighboring cities. This is a sort of a cut at trying to help compare and provide an apples to apples look at how different service types are calculated, how different rates per city or contract are calculated. ideally, as we move towards the prospective contract negotiations, we're going to want to have charts like this for all of our regional cities to help provide a broader comparison across the area. This was sort of an initial take at helping, I think, distill this data into a single chart, because as has been mentioned, each contract is different, the level of service is different. There's a big difference between receiving effectively unlimited bulky item pickup and being limited to twice a year. There's a big difference between being able to throw away all of your waste at any given time and being subject to the size of your container, whatever that might be. So I think this is a start, and at some point we'll want to expand on this chart going forward.
Yeah, because there is a difference right between twice a year for pickup versus unlimited.
Correct.
And what's the value of that?
Right.
And is it worth it?
Right. And how often do our residents take advantage of that? Or do you contemplate a smaller cart container option services without unlimited potentially? So as a means to save cost across the ratepayer spectrum.
Or how often do we take advantage of that by calling in trash that our residents have complained to us about and then getting it picked up that week? I mean, I'll say that to the points in discussions about the other contract amendment that the city manager highlighted to us, is that we do get $600,000 in street cleaning, free street cleaning basically all year long, included in our contract.
Yeah, and that value is ballpark. I couldn't tell you exactly what that value is now with equipment and the like, but yeah, somewhere to that order of magnitude. But there's other components of our agreement that aren't covered in these charts, but we felt like, hey, let's start trying to build out for you a little bit more data that you can look at as you do comparative analysis.
So this slide attempts to do the same for commercial rates. Again, we've talked about the myriad of options that are available to commercial customers, but this took a standard service for one of those typical rates, which is a 3-yard refuse bin serviced once a week. And before you are the rates that are experienced in some of the other cities. The proposed rate for Redondo Beach this year, $263.37 for that standard 3-yard service. Recycling included, as we've discussed. Organics is an additional fee. You can see how that compares to the other cities. So with that said, tonight, we are here to reaffirm the determined rate adjustment as per the Athens contract and as was ratified in the Proposition 218 vote of 2024. That's the second time I've said that tonight. We have noticed the public hearing. We received the rate adjustment increase letter from Athens Services per the contract in February 2025. We published the notice for 2 consecutive weeks for this public hearing. Mailers were sent to all residential property owners, and information was included in the billing for all customers who received their bills directly from Athens Services. And a copy of the written report was placed with the city clerk. So with that tonight, Madam Clerk, have we opened the public hearing? We have opened the public hearing, and so we stand ready to answer any questions that you may have on this item, and then we would ask that you adopt by title only.
Councilmember Barrett?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Yes, ma'am. 2D.
Please.
So this was in the agenda packet. This looks similar to what you showed, Andrea, in your presentation. Residential refuse rate survey as of May 2025, Redondo Beach. Who prepared this?
That is myself and staff members, yes. So this is the informal survey. We talked about working with our colleagues throughout neighboring cities and going online. If we were to look at something more formally, we may use the assistance of a consultant, somebody like HF&H, to assist us with a sort of more rigorous rate survey.
Okay. All right. And what was attempted in the slide that you put up was to to the city manager's point, try to bring it closer to an apples to apples comparison so we as a council, mayor and city can get an idea as to what we're getting for what price. Is that right?
Absolutely. And,
Okay.
you know, we just began on that endeavor following some comments and questions we heard in our other discussion on Second Amendment. But in order to do that, I think some of you have seen the City of Redondo Beach's agreement with Health and Services. It's over 200 pages long. So going through for each and every other city, it is going through those contracts line item by line item, spreadsheet by spreadsheet. So it just takes that detailed analysis.
Okay. And we're not doing that for tonight's hearing. That's in the future. We have a consultant who we were told about last time who's expert presumably in the area and can help. Okay. Thanks for explaining that. At first blush, looking at this residential refuse rate, it looks like some of these other cities are coming in lower, if not substantially lower than Athens. So it would be helpful to get more of that information at the appropriate time for sure. Republic, Waste Resources, Waste Management, Inglewood, et cetera.
Well, and just an
Yeah.
obvious note there is also knowing what the proposed 25-26 rate structure is. That's one of the key
Right.
apples to apples comparisons.
Indeed. And then we have on the next page, commercial refuse rate. And you did a new iteration of that in your presentation. Same thing with this? This was sort
Absolutely. That's an informal staff survey.
Okay. And there's other cities. There's Carson, Gardena. All right. Who at first blush appear to be lower even for, some of these rates. Although to your point, we don't have all the fiscal year 2025, 2026. We don't know if they're receiving street sweeping, how many times they have pickups, what's the value of that, how often are our residents utilizing pickups. We'll have that data because our current refuse hauler keeps that data for sure. And then so we could get an idea and go through the metrics, which we're not expected to do and aren't doing tonight. Okay. The recommendation is to approve this and move forward. Is there any other alternative at this point?
We're somewhat obligated under the contract to adjust the rates according to the agreement. We believe, I think our real analysis is to determine if the indices and the calculations have been done correctly.
Yeah.
And we believe they have.
Okay.
We believe the resulting fees are according to contract. That's really the determination we're making tonight. Anything other than that would perhaps engender other action, so.
Okay. And the mayor and others made the point tonight that the weighting in the formula is where the rates move. So on day one, you could have a contract that looks great, but it gets adjusted. So knowing, negotiating, understanding, and properly weighting with the help of an expert consultant, forewarned is forearmed. And so that's going to be a big deal too.
And it was that same expert consultant that was a strong advocate for this type of rate adjustment formula. I mean, really,
Okay.
HF&H helped us create the original indices and weighting in 2011. They helped us with the 2019 update. This is the basis for, I think, in fact, at the time, one of the concerns was transparency, not allowing the waste haulers pro forma to dictate year-over-year changes,
right,
but to allow it to be benchmarked against industry standard, which these indices attempt to do, although in some instances in a somewhat complicated way.
Okay. Yeah, that's all. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
So I think it's clear that at this time, based on the contract, we have to proceed with this rate adjustment. But I think that's also why you saw, especially Councilmember Barrett and I, look at the proposed Second Amendment that Athens has requested of the city and ask for so much diligence using an outside expert at HF&H to go through every one of the terms that they requested, compare it to our rights and responsibilities and their responsibilities and rights under our existing contract, which is 183 pages plus the First Amendment. Because if we agree to a Second Amendment, which is not an issue here today, it will bind future councils and hearings just like this, where they'll feel an obligation to agree to the rate adjustment that's been proposed by staff. So tonight, I'm inclined, and I will move to adopt by title only the resolution CC 2-506-00033. But that should not be taken as any lack of diligence in any further negotiations that we undertake to amend the contract that we currently have. And as Councilmember Barrett well noted, we have to be very careful about what indices we lump or chain our rates to, because they will be binding for years to come on future councils and residents.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
So I just had a quick question about the timing of these increases in prices for residents, and then when the new Athens contract potentially would come into effect, and would that be a second increase within the same year? Could you give us some insight on the timing of how that would work out?
It's two distinct processes, as you've noted. These would be effective July 1 across all three rate structures: single-family residential, multifamily, and commercial. What's really, at least initially, being discussed with Athens per their proposal is an elimination of the multifamily category and putting those customers effectively into the commercial category.
Okay.
So, and when you're in the commercial category, you're effectively self-selecting the rate and frequency and sizing of your trash enclosure area and need. So there, at some point, if the council ultimately agrees to that type of service change, each individual multifamily complex is going to have to work with Athens to determine what their commercial rate plan looks like. Is it several large bins? Is it one large bin? Is it multiple recycle bins and, you know, a couple of small waste bins, et cetera, small organics bin? And that's going to determine their ultimate rate. What's going to be important for the council is to determine what is the likely overall average change to those various constituents and customers, with some examples, right? You know, we've got a 10-unit complex currently under the multifamily structure. They pay X. What would they look like and likely paying under the commercial structure with the change? Maybe it's 20 units, maybe it's 80 units, maybe it's 6 units. We'll have to figure that out and give you enough, I think, comparative analysis to feel good about what that means on an impact basis. So what we're hearing, though, from them is that there wouldn't be any proposed change, at least in this initial cut at an amendment, to our single-family residential rates next year. Those would remain unchanged.
Okay.
Commercial rates would generally remain unchanged, dependent on whether or not there's scout fees or other fees that could supplementally affect the businesses themselves. So there's not necessarily a change to the commercial program, but that's ultimately what we have to receive from them and negotiate with them over the next several months.
The proposed change, I think the simple question, which I'm not sure I heard answered, was when would that take effect? Is that next year?
No, it takes effect after the approved contract and a subsequent Prop 218 process. So it could take effect as early as next winter, or it could take effect later in the fiscal year, depending on how quickly we move through this process. Ideally, I think what you heard from Athens is they'd like to see the service change implemented by the end of the calendar year in order for us to comply with the current state requirements.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Okay, anything else, council member?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Anybody care to make a motion?
I did make a motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Gregory Anderson, Redondo Beach. I'm really confused. If there is any kind of rate increase or any kind of pay, they get more money out of this, I oppose it. And I would ask you to oppose it, and I'll tell you why. At least on my street, they have come by and they have refused to pick up certain people's trash. Don't know why. They don't have a reason. You call them and the company doesn't care. So what do? Oh, we're going to charge you for coming out here and picking up the trash they should have picked up in the first place under the city contract. So that's a problem right there. Second problem, you have a problem because you have street sweepers. Yes, it is Athens, but they just leave the cans right there in the street. They don't put them back on the curb anymore. So you have street sweeper that just goes on round these cans that just sit in the street. Well, some of them are laziness. I got that. I will tell you right now, my next door neighbor's dying. And his wife is more concerned with him than a stupid can and getting it on the curb. So I understand there's an ordinance, but some things need to be looked at as far as their unwillingness to follow the contract and do their job. Okay, so I would oppose any kind of rate increase. I would oppose any kind of hike in the pay or whatever, because they're not doing the job they should have.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item? Anybody online?
I have no one online or e-comments.
Okay. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have two motions on the floor. We have the approval of the resolution as written. We have the close of public hearing. Councilmember Obaji, you had something else you wanted to?
I was just gonna say, Mr. Anderson, you have my number in your phone. Just feel free to text me anytime you see a problem relative to the cans or whatnot on your street. I'm happy to call it in and deal with it.
May I respond?
You're only allowed to speak once. I'm
Sorry,
I just didn't know if I could respond to his comment.
Well, do you have a specific question?
No, I don't have a question.
Okay. Okay. So we're all for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
Okay. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2506-003, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, establishing contractors' charges and corresponding city fees for residential, multifamily, and commercial refuge collection for the 2025-26 fiscal year and ordering the annual refuge charges for fiscal year 2025-2026 to be collected on the County of Los Angeles tax roll. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now jumping to L3, public hearing to consider the fiscal budget. We're not expecting to close on this tonight, but can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
Move to open the public hearing.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Note that Councilmember Barrett is
Aye.
absent,
Thank you.
and Obaji was late in saying aye. Okay, so the public hearing is open. Who's handling this one?
I will introduce this, and then we're going to have a few visitors this evening. We'll hear from the police chief, we'll hear from our public works director, and we'll hear from our community development director to cover a couple of the highlighted decision packages, but we're currently putting the presentation together. I think we're ready to go.
Thank you.
Just a few introductory remarks from me. Again, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is technically our second hearing of 4 as it pertains to the proposed fiscal year 25-26 operating budget and capital improvement program. Tonight, we're focused on primarily the operating budget. Next slide, please. That's our focus of the first hearing. Next week, we'll focus on the capital program, and then presumably on the 17th, if the council can come to an agreement, we will be adopting the budget. You'll see that in our budget calendar in a little bit. We've got a couple of highlighted decision packages. We've got our budget response reports. We've got a summary of the activities that have been prepared thus far, and we've got our recommendations effectively to continue the hearing to the 10th. Next slide, please. Just a reminder, the budget is balanced as proposed. It takes in a series of actions. Our core operating revenues and expenditures are structurally balanced with one significant caveat, which is the absorption of our now and apparently sustained unfunded accrued liability payment that we are now subject to with CalPERS. We are slowly absorbing that into the budget. And in order to do that this year, our $4.3 million UAL is being effectively covered by a $3.5 million transfer from our CalPERS reserve fund to cover the lion's share of that expense. Over time, our goal, of course, is to have that be part of our full structural revenue and expenditure pro forma. Our plan for that has been to do that over effectively a 3-year period. Our hope was to have chomped that down by about 50% this fiscal year. We're a little bit behind schedule in that regard. We will seek to continue, hopefully with increased structural revenue next year to further close that gap. But as you look at the final impact as it pertains to the decision packages, which are positive on an ongoing basis, so the recommendations this evening as it pertains to the general fund from a revenue and/or structural savings standpoint exceed ongoing cost. That's accretive to our budget. And then we have our one-time decision packages that are generally our enterprise funds and our other annual equipment and vehicle purchase actions that we have sinking and reserve funds for specifically in those areas. When it's all said and done, we have about $43,000 of unallocated fund balance. I will remind the council, as I said in our initial introduction a couple of weeks ago, our revenues are very conservatively estimated. We use a variety of outside supporting consultants to help us arrive at those calculations. We continue to be very judicious in showing growth in those areas. And in fact, as I've said in the prior presentation, in particular the area of transient occupancy tax, we're being conservative given the economic conditions in the visitor community and the delay of at least one significant property coming online, the Legato Hotel. So we are conservative there. And we have done the same with expenditures. We have restored, in most cases, our more conservative overtime budget expenditure budgets. And we have fully loaded our composite salary projections for the next fiscal year to make sure that we are covered under all circumstances. So it is a conservatively forecasted budget, but one that I think is appropriate given the circumstances economically. Next slide,
Before you
please.
go on, I just want to stop, make sure I heard this right. How much are we taking out of the CalPERS fund?
3.5 million.
And so you say we have 42K left after recommendations, but that is.
Yeah, the other option
we
would be
haven't-
take out
We haven't
three.
paid back the
yeah,
CalPERS fund.
exactly.
So it's still negative.
Yeah, we are using effectively a one-time source to help cover all operating expenses.
Okay.
Yes. So our decision packages, there's 52 of them in total. 34 of those 52 are general fund related. We'll hear from a couple of our department heads, as I said. As mentioned, the ongoing impact is positive on our structural budget with the proposed decision packages. Our 18 enterprise fund decision packages tend to deal primarily with our annual equipment replacements, whether it be information and technology, vehicles, emergency communications, et cetera. We also have significant one-time expenditures, and in some cases, ongoing expenditures associated with our transit operations and some of our transit-restricted sources of funds. As I had mentioned in our prior presentation, very few new positions in the proposed budget, largely because we're worried about long-term core expenditure. The few positions we have recommended have some offsetting either existing reorganizational savings or a dedicated revenue source or grant funding source to help offset their cost. We do continue to propose funding for our 27 crossing guard locations. That's one of our big decision packages. You'll hear from the chief on that tonight. We're also making continued investments in employee wellness and technology, particularly in our public safety departments, as well as our customer interface areas, whether it be community development, research, online services through web technology, et cetera. Tree trimming is another pain point for us in the budget. Our tree trimming contract is a fairly costly one. We have a very robust tree canopy in the community, and we have significant funding in our decision packages to support that. And then you'll hear from Mark a little bit on significant changes to how we're proposing to support plan check examination and permit turnaround for some of our key building permits to try to improve performance, maintain existing staffing levels, but to supplement their work through third-party plan check that help, we believe, with turnaround times for the economic development community. Next slide. I think we might be moving on now to our first department head who's presenting tonight. Joe Hoffman, our police chief, will take the next couple of slides. Joe, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joe Hoffman, Police Chief. I'm honored to be here and be able to be part of the budget presentation tonight to highlight a few of our key decision packages as part of this budget. The first one is on police technology. So we're very fortunate to have the support from the City Council historically to be able to implement new types of technology that are available for us to do a better job, whether it's the way that we identify crime trends, the way that we provide community service, there's a lot of different technology that's kind of emerging into this market. And I think that being an early adopter of some of this technology has set us apart from a lot of other law enforcement organizations. So we've been funding a lot of that through one-time funding and grant funding. And we've realized the benefit from a lot of the different types of technology that we're using. So with this decision package, we're seeking to move the majority of that into the core budget. Some of the programs that I wanted to specifically mention are the drone program. We're using the drone as a first responder program. It's drastically increased safety from responding officers as we're able to get an eye overhead, oftentimes long before the officers arrive in vehicles. And during certain types of critical events, such as beach life, 4th of July, Super Bowl 10K, it provides an advanced level of surveillance and security that we wouldn't otherwise have. And we've been limited in the way that our drone program operates, where we actually have a flight observer on the roof from our launch point, even though we operate with a remote piloting command from our communication center in the police department. But we recently received our FAA waiver. So once we go through the testing process there, we're actually going to be able to fly that drone completely autonomously, which essentially means we're not going to need the flight observer on the roof anymore.
So we have the waiver?
We have the waiver.
Oh, good.
We obtained the waiver. However, our contract specifically states that we're not going to move to that platform until we have the opportunity to fully vet it out, test it, make sure it's working perfectly. So we're currently in that phase right now. But that's a huge step forward. There's only, I don't even know the number, but there's only a handful of agencies in the nation that actually have this waiver. And because we were an early adopter of drone technology and DFR programs, we're one of the first agencies to get that. The nice thing about that is as long as we have operators that have the FAA certification, the 107 certification, then we could fly that drone 24/7. And it's getting to the point where certain 911 calls come in, we can get an AI script out, we can fly the drones to certain types of calls as long as we have somebody there that can take control of it if needed. So that's a huge thing, a huge component of our technology program, and we're looking forward to expanding that. License plate readers has been a type of technology that we've been using for many, many years, and we're expanding that to different locations throughout the city. It greatly enhances our ability to identify vehicles that are involved in crimes and solve crimes faster. Quite frankly, the license plate readers allow us to keep the community safer because we can identify vehicles and complete reports quicker. Investigators use that information, and moving this will help us make sure that that's part of the ongoing budget. We have a variety of tools that we use to increase transparency. We have Zen City, which we've been using for a while, which is a customer service type platform that sends out surveys to the community for people that we haven't been called out to assist, and ask them, how are we doing? And we get feedback. And we get that regular feedback, which we use to determine how we deploy services. And then we also have Spider Tech, which is a survey that's sent after somebody calls the police. Depending on the type of call that we went on, car accident, some sort of report call, whatever it may be, they get a specific type of survey that provides feedback about the level of service. And oftentimes there's comments that are associated with that, usually good, but sometimes there's comments that allow us for an opportunity to improve that we can share with supervisors, share with the members of the organization. And then again, it allows us to make sure it's a check and balance for the way that we're providing service to the community. And this would include that those programs are also part of our core budget. Data consolidation is probably one of our biggest ones. As I mentioned when I started talking, all the technology out there is amazing, but the amount of data points that we're creating by having all this various technology is mind-boggling. Millions of data points. The challenge is that they're all stored in individual silos that sometimes talk to each other and sometimes don't. And connecting those dots is really critical for us to be as efficient as possible as a law enforcement organization. And historically, we would have a different login and a different password for each one. We'd have to cross-reference each thing. And because of the amount of data that we're having, inevitably we were missing something. And with bringing Peregrine online, we have now a data consolidation platform where all those systems talk to each other, and it creates a very simple search. In fact, some of you may have noticed that when I get inquiries about various calls or incidents that are occurring, the response time is a little bit quicker than it used to be. And I'll tell you why that is because this system is so user-friendly that oftentimes I'm querying the information myself as opposed to reaching out to the crime analysis unit or the communications unit, because they could do it for me. So I'm not distracting them from doing their primary job to respond to me for information that I'm going to pass along. I'm able to do it myself. And that's because this system is that efficient. We're using it across the whole organization. Communications can get information out in a more real-time component. Patrol can use it to write better reports. Investigations uses it to conduct more efficient investigations. Crime analysis uses it to provide more in-depth reports about crime trends that are occurring. And then management and administration uses it to kind of monitor everything that's going on and respond to inquiries. And this will also allow for that technology to be covered in the core budget. Next slide, please. So we are asking to add a couple of positions to the police department. We're the biggest department in the city, and we are constantly evaluating the positions in our organization and how we can do a better job. The first position is the municipal services supervisor. So we created the first municipal services supervisor several years ago, shortly after I became chief, and because of the span of control. That is one of the areas of the police department that we get the most inquiries about. Our municipal service officers handle parking enforcement and animal control. And we have quite a few of them. You can see on the slide there's 22 municipal services officers citywide, and right now they have one supervisor that reports to Lieutenant in Special Operations Division. It's just too much. It's just too much to span of control there. So what we're proposing is to add an additional municipal services supervisor position, and we're going to cover all 7 days of the week with the shifts that they work. What that's going to do is it's going to allow for more of a balance of the administrative duties related with park enforcement and animal control and the field duties, but also increase oversight and enforcement. And that supervisor will also be able to go out and conduct enforcement as well. And it will reduce the span of control to a manageable level. Social media coordinator. So we've been operating with a social media coordinator that's in a part-time capacity. And I can tell you that social media is one of those items that has truly allowed us to market not only the police department, but the whole city, and really promote the brand of the city, increase trust and transparency. And it's been a critical component for how the community views us. And we've done a pretty good job. We've used various people in the police department that just are kind of good with social media. I do the best. I'm sure all of you follow my social media account, and I do my best I did one for the Special Olympics yesterday. I tried to take a selfie while I was running. I did the best I could, but people really like that stuff. And you'll notice the quality of some of the social media posts since we brought on a professional has really gone up and put us on the map even more. So what we're proposing is to turn that into a full-time position and expanding it beyond just the police department. So we create the full-time position, and you look at the image there. When we created this image, we wanted to make it so it wasn't just about the police department. If we have a full-time social media coordinator, that person would be able to help with posts for the city, for any sort of city event. For the fire department, we just had our social media coordinator assist with the launch of the new fire boat, and they're putting a story together for that. Recreation and community services, any sort of programs that might be coming up, and it would be of a professional quality that I think would only advance the city's agenda, promote the brand, and help us market all the great things that we're doing here.
I think that goes beyond branding. There's education. I guarantee that video with Officer Garcia reached more people about coyotes than the coyote management plan will.
He never thought he was going to be so popular. I talked to him shortly after that video, and he was talking about how he rehearsed his lines and everything, and he's Mr. Coyote now, so.
I'm still looking for that autographed picture.
And I can make that happen for you, Mayor. We got a lot of really positive comments about that, but we get a lot of positive comments about a lot of the social media posts we do. And by bringing people in that are experts in it, they get a little bit more edgy, which is kind of what we need, as opposed to just a standard picture and a caption. So it really kind of highlights the personality and the diversity that we have in the city. And this is an opportunity to expand it beyond the police department and really take full advantage of all the things that social media has to offer. Next slide, please. So in order to create these positions, we're looking at ways that we can offset some of the costs associated with it. So I'm constantly evaluating the positions that we have in the police department and where we can make adjustments. It's not just maintaining the status quo. It's if we have a position that's vacant, before we submit a request to fill that position, it's do we still need it, or is there something better that we can do? And with the advances in technology, where we used to do a lot of manual citation entry, a lot of that is becoming more automated. And we had a position, an Office Specialist 3 position, that went vacant. And instead of filling it, we're looking to eliminate that position, take that funding and apply it to the social media coordinator position. And as far as the MSO supervisor position, there's an opportunity there to reduce a little bit of our part-time budget. And also there's going to be an opportunity for increased revenue through citations, because that's going to be a position that works in the field and conducts enforcement as well. So we were able to cut significantly into the appropriation needed to fund these two positions by looking at ways to offset those costs. Next slide, please. So wellness programs have been a very important part of what law enforcement has been focusing on for the past several years. The most important asset that we have as any organization is our personnel, and we have to look at new and interesting ways that we can maintain that workforce and take care of them. Wellness programs is a big thing. There's obviously been a lot of instances of PTSD and mental health, and looking at ways to be proactive as opposed to reactive have been essential. We put a few pictures up here of things that we're doing, and a lot of times a wellness program will be an app or some sort of a program where people can call or look up resources. And in my opinion, often that is just a way to check a box to say, yeah, we have a wellness program, but it's not necessarily the most effective. So prior to implementing wellness programs, we look for grant funding and other ways to try things out to see what kind of response we would get and how effective it would be. And I look at the wellness program as more of a cafeteria plan. It's not a one-size-fits-all program. There's going to be a variety of components. Different members of the organization are going to enjoy different portions of it. And hopefully between all of that, it's going to make a healthy organization. So some of the pictures up there is we had a golf clinic. We have regular workouts with a professional fitness trainer. That's the gym in the station. We have officers at our department that are accomplished jiu-jitsu instructors that own a jiu-jitsu studio that are now doing an in-house jiu-jitsu program. Yeah, that's me just watching. I'm not actually on the mat. And then we do team building events. And the picture in the top there was a program that we did just for women of the police department, where we brought in women leaders and talked about their journey through law enforcement, so we could encourage promoting to different ranks, opportunities in law enforcement. And those types of things are what build that resilience, build those leadership skills, it boosts morale. And then we've also had department-wide events, something that I've been doing since I've been the chief, where we bring the whole entire department together and focus on different topics. Now, one year it was all about goal setting. Last year it was about taking ownership for leadership and how they can support our department mission no matter what capacity they're in the organization. But the bottom line is that the healthier staff delivers better public service because it's a healthy organization. So this is how we've been kind of working on the wellness program, where we're looking for grant funding. We had a wellness grant and we've exhausted that. And we've done stuff through the Police Foundation. We're being creative by using personnel that we already have inside of the organization to do things in a non-duty capacity. But a couple interesting things is that we're seeing less workers' compensation claims, to the point where I heard that our premium's actually getting reduced, and we've had a significant reduction, which is huge. I think that's because of the city-wide effort and the culture that's being created throughout the entire city. But public safety is obviously at a high risk for workplace injuries. And although this isn't the only cause for having a reduction in those, I think it's a factor. And taking care of our people through wellness programs is a good thing that we're involved in. So what we're looking to do here is move some of the one-time costs or things that were grant funded into the core budget, so that we can continue the wellness program for the next fiscal year, where we continue to evaluate it, make adjustments, and keep the healthiest workforce possible so we can provide the best level of service. Crossing guard program. So crossing guard program has obviously been a significant point of discussion over the past several years. So these are just some basic stats right here. We currently have 27 intersections that are staffed throughout the city, and 17 are adjacent to Redondo Beach Unified School District sites. The staffing is all managed through the Special Operations Bureau, and it's a combination of city employees that are employed as part-time crossing guards, and then contract employees through All City Management, which is a company that provides crossing guard services. So you can see our fiscal total there was over $550,000 to staff those 27 crossing guards last year. So it's a little bit cheaper for us to do it through city employees, but sometimes it's challenging to get enough applications in order to fill all of those positions. So the rates are up there for what we're paying for a city employee versus what we're paying for the contract employees because of the management costs and everything associated with the contract. So we like to use the city staff when available, but the contract staffing does allow us to bridge those gaps and not have to assign police officers or MSOs or other city personnel to those intersections and take them away from their primary duties. So the core budget currently contains funding for 12 of the 27 sites. And for the last several years, we've just been getting one-time funding to fund the additional 15 sites. And you can see the breakdown there. That's how we've been approaching it. And it's challenging that's a big number. So we're working on trying to figure out, how to present this from the standpoint of all the core budget sites, the one-time funding. There's obviously conversations about the school district and where we want to go with the crossing guard funding period. Next slide, please. So I know these maps are small, so I'll explain them a little bit, but of the 5 districts, there are crossing guards in each of the districts. The way it's broken down is District 1 has 3 schools with a total of 8 crossing guards. District 2 has 2 schools with 2 crossing guards. District 3 has 3 schools with 11 crossing guards. District 4 has 2 schools with 3 crossing guards, and District 5 has 2 schools with 3 crossing guards, and that's what makes up the 27 positions. In addition to that, during mid-year discussions, there was 2 additional locations that were brought up, which was Artesia and the bike path and Inglewood and Grant. And we currently have been working on a BRR. We just completed it and submitted today. So you should have that soon. It'll be in the next batch, which has a detailed overview and analysis of all 27 currently staffed intersections plus the 2 that were proposed at mid-year. So it's going to include 29 intersections. And what we did was we looked at the volumes of traffic, pedestrian traffic, bicycle traffic, and vehicle traffic, and came up with a ranking based on how many of each went through to kind of put them in order of how much activity is at each intersection. So it's not saying that one intersection is more important than any other. It's simply a ranking based on the volume of activity there. And you should have that detailed data in the BRR, in the charts, all broken down, and it will be submitted to you prior to next week's meeting. So this is how it currently stands. 12 intersections in core budget is at $212,000. The decision package that we submitted is for the ongoing one-time funding to fund the remaining 15 intersections that are currently approved by City Council. And then the possible identified is put in there just to give you an idea of what it would cost if it was to expand beyond the 27 to 29. That would be an additional $64,800. So that's the total cost of what it would take to fund the current 27 and 2 additional, possibly the 2 additional that have already been discussed about there.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
The 2 additional would assume that they were hired through the contract.
Well,
the cost that you put here.
I suppose it depends if things move into core budget or if it remains contract budget. But with this dollar amount here, it is that's contract pricing, because that would be the most efficient way for us to staff those intersections prior to the start of the next school year if there is an appropriation for that amount. Moving forward, depending on how the funding ends up falling in between core budget, ongoing, and one time, then maybe there would be an opportunity for us to increase our actual workforce, but it'd be very difficult to obviously do that by the start of school in August.
Chief, way back in the dark ages when I was in school, we didn't have we had crossing guards, but they were school kids, right? Safety patrol, we were called, and they picked kids they trusted, and it was an honor to get selected, and then they gave you they gave you training, then you got your white belt with your badge, and we were the ones who went to the intersections. And I thought maybe that's so archaic it's not around, but I recently looked it up, and there's still a national school safety patrol program. Have we ever looked at, doing our maybe less dangerous intersections with Safety patrol?
Well, no, we have not, but we have approached the school district, and I tried to come up with some, this has been a couple of years, but discussed ideas about possibly involving PTA and using parents and things like that would be willing to do it, and the school district wasn't interested. So we tried to think of some outside of the box ways to do the intersections that are immediately adjacent to or touching the schools, and we didn't get any traction there. So, and as far as using the kids, that would probably be an issue from a city attorney standpoint and risk management and liability, because once we have them attached to us, then they could essentially be considered an agent of the city and could expose us to additional liability. So I'm not sure exactly how that would work. It may be something that we could explore, but likely nothing that we would be able to have online by the start of the next school year.
It might be able to enable us to control costs and still keep some of the less dangerous intersections covered while putting adults, at the more dangerous intersections. So it allows us to cover less costs. And somehow other school districts are doing it across the nation. So I'm not sure how they must address the liability problem too.
Yeah.
I can just speak for Washington. I know that this was kind of put out through the school, asking for volunteer crossing guards, and it depends on volunteers. It depends on parents being willing to show up and show up consistently. That's the problem.
Well, I didn't have a parent with me.
Well,
Times have changed.
Well, when I looked at the safety patrol program, they didn't show parents with each safety patrol member.
Right.
Are you talking about parents as crossing guards or parents with safety patrol?
Parents as crossing guards,
Oh, okay.
PTA members, speaking to that. But, and then I think this is an interesting conversation, but I will say that I've attended several crossing guard appreciation days. And they experience a lot of, not a lot, but there are instances where, they get honked at, they get flipped off, they get yelled at, they get, there's not great behavior by parents dropping their kids off consistently. So, it's not an easy position all the time. And I think putting maybe a fifth grader in there wouldn't be an easy ask. We experience people running stop signs. They're just not always collaborative, let's say, in that event. So I think it's something that we could ask our community to step up in, but I don't think it's something that we can just turn on. We're going to have to really ask the community to participate and show up, but
Well, I
it's
agree,
not
'cause
it's not an
increase,
easy.
it seems to increase every year.
It does,
And
yeah.
at some point, there's a limit to how much we can,
Absolutely.
I think we're already
this
past
is,
that, actually.
yeah.
So, okay.
We really need the consistency with the staffing. That's one of the biggest challenges. And with employees or with the contractor, it's their responsibility to fill it if the person doesn't show. And you'd be surprised what happens with staffing when it's raining or something like that. So once we decide to staff an intersection, there's an expectation there.
Right.
So if the person doesn't show up, we're going to fill that spot, and we're going to start with some of our professional staff. And if professional staff isn't available, it's going to be police officers. Because once city council authorizes these intersections, that's it. It's getting staffed one way or another.
Yeah.
So, we definitely want to focus on that reliability. And as you mentioned, with the parents or the volunteers, they'll do it for a little while, but we don't have any control over them.
Yeah.
And that's a challenge. We need to have a little bit of
I think we should
authority.
draft a council
properly
and
manage.
city manager to offload the sporadic trouble.
Just one follow-up question, Chief,
Not a bad
if we may.
idea.
If decision package 24 were for recurring funds rather than one-time funds for those 15 and incorporated into the core budget, would the number drop? Because then you'd hire them on as permanent staff?
Well, it probably would, but maybe not during the next fiscal year,
Sure.
because we would have to hire 15
Right.
people. I'm not even sure we could hire 15 people in the next fiscal year.
Right.
So I think that we would have to, move it in at this rate and focus on only, filling these intersections and continuing to hire. And as we did hire, then hopefully we'd have cost savings as we approach mid-year or maybe the next budget cycle.
Okay, thank you.
One last question. The number that you have, or the number that you showed, what we spent last year for crossing guards, over $500,000, does that include when officers had to stand that post of an absent crossing guard?
No, that's just part of our normal operating budget. We're not paying people overtime to come in and staff these positions. We're usually finding an MSO that's on duty, or in the last case scenario, we're assigning a police officer. Fortunately, our staffing is at a point right now where typically it's being filled by MSOs or non-police officer positions, but that's not a factor. That's just making sure, that's just our service to the community with ongoing resources.
So it's understated for those absences.
Right,
Yeah.
maybe a little bit there.
Yeah.
And I'd definitely like to hear the city attorney's opinion before we look to get children and parent volunteers manning those intersections from a liability standpoint.
Well, as former safety patrol captain, when I was in 5th and 6th grade in Ben Franklin Elementary School in Wichita Falls, Texas, it's definitely possible, so we can look into that.
Sounds like we have a volunteer
Would you be
here.
interested in doing it again?
I may still have my orange belt.
You got orange, we have white.
I think we could do a social media post with Councilmember Castle.
Volunteering.
Someone posted a picture of our
we could-
class, I'll send it to you.
We could talk about crossing guards for hours.
Yes. Any more questions of Joe before we move on to
Yeah.
Public Works?
On a different subject, if I may. Thank you, Chief, by the way. I support everything that you're doing in the police department to bring on the best technology and really appreciate all that you all do to keep Redondo safe. On the social media coordinator position, love the work that the social media coordinator is doing, so I forgot her name. But the difference between what they're doing at the police department and the other accounts, especially recreation and the like, is they're doing like static images and y'all are doing video, which people love the video. So, and I do love what Rec has done, community services in increasing your posts, getting them out, branding them with the city logo and the like. And I think that would be a great addition to have the social media coordinator working for all the departments. In BRR 17, you or somebody in the police department wrote about the red light camera possibilities. I thought I saw a law pass at the state that only allowed certain cities to use red light cameras, or can any city use red light
No,
cameras?
that's for the speed cameras. That was a pilot
Okay, that's just for the
cameras.
speed cameras.
Yeah, so red light cameras are they are a program that's authorized right now, controversial, but it is in existence. And just doing my due diligence, I just explored what other cities are doing. Culver City currently has a very robust red light camera program. I met and spoke with their chief about it. It is quite a robust management process because of what is entailed with identifying the drivers, sending them the notices, the court follow-up and everything that is needed with that. Ultimately, they do bring in a pretty significant amount of revenue related to it. They have a lot of cameras. There's a third party that manages all the systems. It's something that could potentially be stood up in Redondo Beach, but it would be a challenging endeavor to get it up and running in a short amount of time because we'd probably have to add personnel.
Right, okay, so then does it dovetail from that you wouldn't want to just do a pilot program with one red light camera? If you're going to do it, you'd want to do multiple intersections?
No, we could, if there's an opportunity to increase safety, we'll take a look at it, but I think we would need to actually explore it if there was a desire to look at potentially installing red light cameras, because they have been controversial in various cities. They put them up and then people want them taken back down. So we could explore the feasibility for a red light camera program and report back on what would be associated with it.
Can we put a red light on a Caltrans?
With permit, I mean, we'd have to apply.
Coordinate with.
Yeah,
We
we'd
do
have to
have
coordinate.
challenges on the state routes. We've had those challenges with our ALPR systems where they don't want us to attach our equipment to state poles and things like that. So we've had to be creative where we put them on city-owned property that's adjacent to state routes but has a view of it. So putting a red light camera on Pacific Coast Highway may or may not occur, and we probably wouldn't be able to give you a time frame on that. But that is one of the violations that has attributed to some of the most serious vehicle accidents that we have had is red light violations.
I'll just say, if we were to experiment with it, I'd be happy to volunteer aviation and Grant, or Artesia and Ringe, depending on which one was the most dangerous according to Public Works or
Both good
police
candidates. We've had
stats,
some
right?
very bad accidents at Artesia.
And we would want to look for intersections that have modern signal equipment and ideally the infrastructure from a electronic and utility standpoint to support it. So I think it's worth considering, but if we do it, we need to go slow, we need to pilot it, and we need to be careful not to bank revenue
We don't-
associated with citations.
Right, and to the chief's point, incredibly controversial. And the last thing we need is to turn the residents against our law enforcement when we're trying to do, and they've done such great things, over a couple bucks off a red light camera that people hate. So want to bring the residents along before doing any kind of trial or what have you for that reason.
We would
Thank
need to
you.
go slow.
I just, when
or
we
not
did
at
that
all.
BRR, I tried to include a variety of options related
Thank
to
you.
traffic enforcement that could at least be presented. So at least Mayor and Council knows that we're looking at all the different things out there that could potentially be incorporated to enhance traffic safety in the city.
That's it, thank you.
Okay.
I've got a couple questions, actually. Or
Okay.
did Paige go on?
No, I asked all my things.
On the license plate readers, are you looking at static locations for all of those or some of them on vehicles?
We have both but mostly static now.
For the additional ones, for the
Static.
precision package?
Yeah, static. Well, I mean, mostly static, but we are using license plate reader technology, for example, to do the 4-hour parking enforcement in Riviera Village. So we have parking enforcement vehicles that have license plate readers attached, and all the 4-hour marking is all digital now. It's not, the days of getting out and marking a tire with chalk, that went away a long time ago. So now the cameras are sophisticated enough that they can actually mark the exact location, record the license plate, and then when they drive back through after 4 hours, it alerts them that that vehicle hasn't moved. So we do have a combination of mobile and fixed ALPRs, and we're also looking at a ALPR trailer that we can deploy at various locations depending on crime trends or around significant events that are occurring in the city.
Okay, I like the idea of the trailer, being able to move it around. This might be for the city manager. It's related to the social media coordinator position. So who is doing social media outside of the police department now? Is it a volunteer employee or?
Yeah, it's decentralized right now, so it's each department's charge effectively to manage their own social media pages. Some departments do it better than others. Obviously, police has done a fantastic job. The goal here would be to make our current individual full-time and then allow her to integrate with the communications team and then to support individual department activities beyond police, i.e. fire, recreation, public works, et cetera, and then ultimately supplement their activity. And through my office, ideally Jane, we would then integrate and coordinate the communications outreach across the organization.
So would your office fund the extra? Because it seems like it's coming out of the police.
It's general fund. I mean, this is a general fund contribution. So whether we appropriate the money in the city manager's office or we appropriate police, we can, it's the same funding source. The position is currently staffed there, and we do still believe that the majority of the work will be relative to police department operations. But outside of that, there is quite a bit of opportunity.
All right. And the last is, just on the wellness programs. I think that really is something that pays for itself. And unfortunately, we can't look at that and say, based on workers' comp, based on absences, based on everything else, we have saved all this money. But, know that, I believe that's being saved. And so that's definitely something that I would never go against any kind of employee wellness program like that.
Well, and the other thing I would add, and the chief mentioned it a little bit, but from my perspective, and we've talked about this over the years, it's very competitive. Hiring police officers, bringing on new recruits. We're competing with all of our other neighbors, with police organizations across the state. Folks can be mobile. I mean, it's not just a local opportunity. We literally are competing with police agencies throughout multiple counties. And in order to be competitive in today's environment, you have to have a robust wellness program because people do consciously consider their personal well-being and mental health opportunities. So I don't think this is a nice to have anymore. This has become a need, critical to have component of our benefit structure within the department.
And we're always looking for new opportunities to add to the wellness program. For anyone that wants to join us, we're going to be down at the beach surfing on July 29th. We had an opportunity with a local foundation that does surfing for mostly, it was started with military and PTSD, and they reached out. I had a meeting and I'm like, well, let's see how it goes. And we put it out to the department and it filled up within 2 hours.
Wow.
which is super encouraging because people are catching on to the benefits of these wellness programs and realizing that there isn't a stigma attached to it. These are designed to help them in a proactive manner, so we're not responding to issues after we have less of an ability to make a positive impact.
Does the fire have similar wellness programs?
The Sharp Performance is something that's extended to that department as well. They have different programs, but similar, I think, to answer
As
your
a
question.
similar stressful first responder.
Very much so.
To promote the fire department, the Sharp Performance, which is the performance coaching platform that we're using, the industry standard for Sharp Performance right now is about a 3% utilization rate. And I reached out to Sharp Performance to get some statistics on our utilization. The fire department is at a 41% utilization rate. Police is at 18, and we're constantly working to build that up, which is still very, very good. But the fire department usage is outstanding, which is very, very encouraging.
Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Chief.
All right, next up, I believe we have Andy Wingy.
Good evening again, Council, and Your Honor, Mayor. Tonight, I just wanted to highlight a few of our decision packages that are part of the budget that's been proposed. We have a fuel island that services the city vehicles, city-owned vehicles, and other vehicles through fuel purchase agreements. We've had 13 occasions since July 1st where it's broken down. So we've kind of duct taped the thing back together. It's time to do something about it. So decision package 28 addresses costs associated with revisiting those fuel island pumps, the diesel and gasoline especially, and rehabilitating that equipment so it's more reliable for our internal and external clients. We have 3 reorganization positions that I proposed here in decision packages 34, 35, and 38. The first has to do with converting one of our park caretakers to an irrigation technician specialist. Believe it or not, irrigation control systems are getting fairly complicated these days, and the city's urban forester recommended that we train somebody, keep somebody updated on this who can train the rest of our lead workers out in the field, just staying current on all these updates. Number 35 has to do with a change in the engineering division. We have a person who's kind of overperforming her job description, doing plan check, complicated plan check, training others for plan check. We are introducing a senior level at the assistant engineer position to accommodate those extra duties and put that person in a position, or whoever the candidate is, in a position to train others in the department for that very important plan check service. And then both of those, by the way, are general funding, modest increases, 18,000 and 13,000 respectively. The solid waste position is funded through our solid waste fund. It's a little bit more, about 27,000. All of these ongoing appropriations. And that's converting a position that was formerly a field position. We called it a recycle ranger, who would assist with following up on trash complaints or pickup complaints. That duty is being taken care of by our recycling specialist, and this position has been vacant for a couple of years. I'd like to fill it, convert it to an office-based position that would help us handle our electronic tracking of waste that's required to be computed and calculated through our development processes. We haven't done a great job of that in the past. It's all been a paper system. We're converting that to an electronic system, and we need some personnel to help that on the back end. So those are 3 positions that we're recommending for reorganization, different titles, but net zero body headcount in the department. Number 49, DP number 49 and 50 are what I'm calling truing up of specialized services and materials and supplies, respectively. Last year, we requested a similar thing. The council adopted a one-time appropriation to kind of catch our core budget up to what our real costs are now, which hadn't been adjusted in several years. Because they were just one time last year, we're recommending this year that they become part of our core budget through ongoing appropriation to increase services. Specialized service has to do with elevators, traffic signals, things that are fairly complex, and our onboard staff can't always address all of those kinds of issues. Number 14 is tree trimming. This is honestly another one that we would like to true up someday. We don't think this is the year to do it, so we've asked for a one-time appropriation here. You'll give me the next slide there, Stephanie. There have been a few questions about the tree trimming contract and how that works. I just wanted to go into a little bit of detail here. We are in contract year 5. We had a 4-year contract with West Coast Arborists that was signed in 2019. In 2023, we did the first amendment, which added 4 more years. Year 5 was 2 years ago. This upcoming year will be year 7 of that contract. The contract is based on grids. The city's divided into 4 grids, geographic areas, where we do the pruning and the various responses. At the beginning of that 4-year period of this current amendment, we estimated costs to address all the trees in the various grids and used a not to exceed value in our contract that's shown there. Part of that top table, 594, 563, 652, grid 8, year 8, grid number 4 is our smallest grid, so it's a smaller number. And then how we funded that over the last 3 years is shown. $283,000 is our core budget each year. We've asked for one-time appropriations through the decision package process in year 5. $311,000 last year, only $145,000 this year, $306,000 to get to see the total funding there. You'll notice that in year 6 last year and this year, we're proposing to kind of underfund our expected what we estimated a couple of years ago. That's due to just having to sharpen the pencil here and make funding just not always available to meet everything that we had anticipated being able to do when we signed this contract. So that's the kind of the funding history there. Again, this is one thing that we'd like to eventually move into core budget when the time is right, but this year was not that year. The chart on the right just gives you a little bit of an idea of what goes into those expenses. About 85% on average over the 4 years goes into just straight grid pruning, trimming, predictable stuff that happens year over year. There's a biennial trim. We have some trees, Chinese elms and palms especially, that get trimmed twice in that 4-year period rather than once every 4 years. Occasionally extra palm skinning comes out. That's a pretty small amount, as well as tree removals. Probably be happy to hear is a really small part of this contract. Tree planting is about 7.5%, which is a great number. That affords us at least 100 trees a year is our goal every year. We've had a year or two where we've been able to do more than that recently, so that's always exciting. But we target about 100 trees every year. And then additional services just have to do with emergency call-outs, specialized equipment, et cetera, things like that that might be needed. So that's kind of the basis of our tree trimming contract. And because there were some questions, and it is a big number, I just want to give you a little more detail.
So I just have a quick question about the core budget number of 283. Yeah. Where did that come from and why is it fixed over time?
Fantastic question. I wish I could give you the whole answer. We did a lot of research last year on that to find where that 283 number come from. Of course, as time goes on, as trees get bigger, and as also with inflationary costs, these numbers all grow. Right. So this was probably an appropriate number based on real estimated costs way back when. Okay. Over time, we've had to increase that number, but 283 is kind of the number that we worked with Stephanie last year on this and others to kind of target what that was based on the history in our software system. So I couldn't tell you exactly what year that number was set, but I'm sure it was based on real costs at the time.
And every year we're tempted to, as each year we recognize that we have these costs, to convert the core number into something more substantial ongoing. But the challenge is, if you really stop and think about potential service reductions, is as helpful and critical as tree trimming is, if we are put to the test with retaining staffing or public safety and other things, this is a real consideration for reduction. So rather than absorb this into the budget and accept this in perpetuity, what we've been doing with the one-time funding is in effect shedding some daylight on it, on the issue, to help the community understand this is something that is a substantial cost and that we are investing resources in. It's up to each successive council to determine whether or not this is enough. And there have been some councils, you see that 145 last year as an example. Some of the prior council motions have actually reduced this number in the final determination. So we've had different perspectives on this very issue. So for now, we are up against a very robust grid year, unfortunately, with total costs, and we're proposing $590,000 of funding. If circumstances were different, we might propose a bit more. We felt this was the judicious approach, basically a 10% reduction in that total value.
Okay. Last thing I'll say is that a significant portion of the tree trimming contract goes for our street trees, which are part of our landscape and lighting district. So that is funded through the general fund eventually for the deficit from what comes through our landscape lighting assessment that we talked about a few minutes ago. But this would be an area that would benefit by finding additional funding for the landscape lighting district.
And so, as an outsider looking before, I always assumed that the grids were based on equalizing the number of trees. And it sounds like grid 4 has far less. Is there any reason, or would it make sense to equalize the grids so that the budget could be a little bit smoother? Because it seems like you're going to be bouncing things around. It'd be easier to plan.
Yeah, it's a combination of the geography of the city. Northern districts have fewer street trees and smaller street trees than some of our southern districts. Once the grid is set up, it's a little bit difficult to just change it right away because trees are going to grow no matter what grid they're in, right? So we're trying to mind that as well as we go through and make sure that we're not having trees grow beyond, safe levels where we're either blocking views, traffic views, or we're in danger of limbs falling off or those kinds of things.
And you mentioned Chinese elms, and I've got one in my front yard, and it definitely grows faster than the 4-year trim. Generally, I know mine isn't on a 2-year cycle, but it gets trimmed every time the trash truck breaks a limb off, or every time the wind breaks a limb off, or something like that. So it's in that additional services that you're talking about, as opposed to the 2-year.
Chinese elms are no longer on our list of approved street trees.
Yeah, that's why.
Such as that.
Don't want them, don't want ficus, don't want eucalyptus, a lot of others that.
Right. Well, that's part of the reason grids 1 and 3 have those heavier funding cycles, because they have the every other year palm trimming and Chinese elm trimming. So, but your point's well taken. At the conclusion of this contract, we will, I think, reevaluate the geography and the inventory to try to do our best to smooth it. And we may want to even begin to cycle to some degree the biennial trimming among species, where we're not doing all of it in one sequence, but perhaps spreading that over the 4-year period. So,
and maybe we'll plant more trees in grid 4.
Could be that too.
There's space.
May I?
Yep.
So also, where is grid 3?
I got the map right here if you want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we light up 2B, please? So grid 3 is
Got it.
blue.
Okay. And then just to clarify, so we talked about the street and landscaping lighting district assessment. And that was underfunded by what, $1.2 million.
Yeah.
So a significant chunk of that is this 580 something.
Yeah, that only includes the core. When we add the DP, that 1.2 goes to 1.5.
Okay,
So, yeah, but to answer your question, yes, it is a big portion of it.
got it. Yep. Yep. I'm with you now. I just wanted to clarify that. Yep.
Do you know where this grid was, when it was developed and how it was developed?
I don't. I wasn't here at the time.
Okay,
I don't.
got it. So what occurs to me when I see this grid, Mr. City Manager, is that it's not prioritizing our economic corridors. It's not prioritizing, for example, take a look at the trees, take a look at the trees on Artesia Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
This is not anything like what the trees look like at the waterfront. I don't know if that's because, Alan Sanford trims them for beach life, or if we prioritize trimming them for beach life. But if this is an economic corridor that we've prioritized, our palm trees at the very least, not that even the big ones in the middle that provide great shade and are beautiful, but our palm trees should not look this shaggy and should be trimmed up. And my understanding is these palm trees will not be trimmed for another year, actually, right?
I believe that's right. I
Yeah,
think
but based on the
I think it's
grid-
year 4 that
Yeah,
they
grid,
have their
they're in grid
second
4,
trim.
right? So how would we go about having a discussion about making changes to this grid? Even to, I mean, just prioritize the palm trees because they have such an aesthetic to them when they're cleanly trimmed versus versus this, which looks more like, oh, nobody cares about this area, right?
Right. And we've had different requests over the years. There've been times when Riviera Village and Catalina have been trimmed on a more regular basis. Artesia historically was identified as a corridor that received extra trimming in certain years. The way to address, if there's a specific area that we want to see cleaned up, is you treat it as a special effectively. And we ultimately set aside funding for that particular component of the work. The contract with our provider allows for extra trimming. I mean, we have the ability to fund that as needed. We would need the appropriation to support that. I believe we have a BRR coming to you regarding the costs for Artesia
I requested
palm
that
tree.
offline.
I think we might even know what that cost is, Andy. Do you have that off the top of your head? I believe you've already
No, I hate
drafted
to
that.
misquote it. I drafted it last week, and it'll be ready for the next.
I'd
tranche
be
of
interested
BRRs.
to find out the cost, yeah, for every year trimming on Artesia, or maybe every 2 years if that's all we can afford for now. But at least more regularly than every 4 years, and any other hot spots where we have highly visible trees. Right.
And there is, I mean, I will say there is preemptive value in trimming because ultimately if we don't trim, we're going to clean up a lot of palm fronds and a lot of fallen limbs. So we have reactive work that ensues when in high wind events and with rain. So it's important that we're actively maintaining our urban forest. It's just to what level can we realistically afford?
Right. Cool, that's it, thank you.
I just have one more question about decision package 49. There were several additions in this one, but I'm just curious if you can add a little more color to the sand maintenance adjacent to the chart house that was, as it says here, was recently covered by Hermosa, but it is our responsibility. How much is that?
So we have a tiny little portion of beach the city owns. Most of the beach in front of our city is county-owned and maintained. This little beach in front of the Chart House restaurant is actually ours to maintain. Historically, the county was maintaining Hermosa Beach, who actually owns all of their beach, unlike us. The county, under a service contract, was maintaining that portion and picking up the little piece in front of our city as well. They said they're no longer going to do that. We looked at a few different things, including purchasing equipment, maybe contracting equipment. The county is doing it very inexpensively for us, so we are entering into an agreement or plan to enter into an agreement with them to do it. It's something on the order of $20,000 annually.
Okay.
So it's not a huge number.
Okay.
And just to clarify, so that little stretch of beach is owned by Redondo Beach the way Hermosa owns its beach, as opposed to our other beaches that are LA County.
That's correct.
In the past, Director Wingy, we have allocated additional monies for overtime hours for Public Works for cleanup of the Esplanade, International Boardwalk, Artesia Boulevard, trash cans, et cetera, during busy times, et cetera. Have those funds been utilized? And if so, are they utilized generally in the summertime or any particular season?
We have high demand in the summertime for the pier, especially. We have a lot of cleanup to do every weekend at the pier, as you can imagine, with big crowds. We also have some demand in our fleet maintenance division, which is a smaller but more constant throughout the year. Parks maintenance occasionally. Those are our high demand areas.
Thank you.
Okay, on decision package 49, you got 100K against the harbor uplands, or I'm sorry, tidelands, and 15K against the uplands. Is that for that Hermosa Beach section?
A portion of it is, I believe that's tidelands down there. The sand section you're talking about in front of the chart house? Yeah. It's a small amount. It's not the full 100,000 down there.
Well, it's 100,000 that we're
There are
putting
other
against.
costs. Rob, are you still?
He's behind you over there.
Yeah, Rob, if you can maybe help me with the specifics of the harbor tidelands $100,000 contract.
Decision package 49.
Good
Good evening, Rob Osborne, Public Works Department. What we did for last year's budget was we looked at all of our contract budgets, and they hadn't been adjusted, as Andy mentioned, for 4 or 5 years. Going back to City Manager Hefkin, he had asked us to not come in with small increments, wait every couple of years and come up with a bigger number. We went through all of our different operations and sort of projected out what we expect actual expenses to be. And it asked you last year for the, to bump up our budgets to that amount. As far as harbor tidelands, you get some of the parking structure there, so some of the maintenance that goes down there with elevators and HVAC, certain things like that. It wasn't so much that more demand grew in the tidelands than the uplands. It was just that the tidelands was more out of balance for what we're actually spending these days than the uplands. That's why you see 100,000 on one side and only 15 on the other. Hope that answers the question.
Not really. It just seems so imbalanced. When the tidelands it's basically the pier and then some of Seaside Lagoon and the moles, right?
The parking structure as well.
Part of the parking structure, but not all of it. I mean, only like the one off Pacific, that's not in the tidelands.
Agreed. The North Pier parking structure, I think, is the one that's in the tidelands.
Only part of it. The vast majority of it, the part you enter before you go to Kincaid's, that's in the uplands.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to have to come back to you with more specific detail. It sounds like the level of detail you want is not ready here in our heads at the moment.
Well, I'm just concerned, we treat that as an enterprise that has to fund itself. The harbor enterprise is the only area we really do that it has to support itself. But yet for these other ones, we're taking from other funds like the gas fund, to fund it. But everything in the harbor, it has to, we charge back to the harbor. And it just seems, I don't get a good I don't know how we do tracking of costs in the city, but it's not like a business where, somebody clocks in and they do so much in the harbor, in the tidelands and so much in the uplands and so much out of that area. It's got to be a guesstimate. And I just question the standard that we're doing that, especially since the tidelands is where we're hurting right now. It's been in a deficit for several years now.
Yeah, what we can come back to you with is perhaps a detail on the Tidelands maintenance contract budget before and after this proposed DP. I think what I'm hearing is that we didn't have much in the way of contract funding against the Tidelands for public works maintenance down there. This would bring that number up. I'm guessing the total uplands number is still likely to be much higher than the Tidelands number, but the correction in this year is disproportionate to the
You're saying
Tidelands.
the uplands is built into
The core of
normal
uplands
core budget,
is
and-
probably much, I would imagine, much higher than the current core budget for Tidelands as it pertains to public works operations.
Outside of this, I would like to understand how we're allocating and determining. Is this all a
Yeah.
guesstimate or is there science?
It's based on past contract expenses and
Yeah, but
ongoing.
when they go on both sides, how do we, figure out how much is tidelands, how much is uplands?
We can probably give you more detail on that. It depends on if the service is specific to the pier and it's over the water and it's a unique contract to that area. When we pull
Yeah,
trash,
if we do a pillar.
right,
the pier,
that's obviously
that's
going to
an
be a
obvious
Tidelands
one.
expenditure. If it's a general contract that is occasionally going to work in the Tidelands and occasionally going to work in the uplands, and it's a generally 50-50 split, we oftentimes just assign a 50% allocation to both funds. If it's something that's specific to the uplands, paver maintenance or things that we know are on the eastern side of the line, then it's going to be assigned exclusively to the uplands. So it's just going to depend on the nature of the contract and the type of work, but we can get you more detail on that if you're curious about it.
And is Chart House in the tidelands or the uplands, or is that just in the general fund?
We don't have any maintenance obligation associated with
No,
the
I'm
chart.
talking about revenue from sales tax.
I think Chart House falls to the uplands.
I think it's above the mean high tide line.
Yeah, I just didn't know it was part of the harbor enterprise.
It is. It's a leasehold. It's the Crystal Cove leasehold, and I believe it all accrues to the uplands.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. If it's Crystal Cove, I think.
Yeah, I believe it's
Okay,
Crystal Cove.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Eleanor, I think we're not quite done yet. We've got one more department head presenter this evening, Mark Weiner, our Community Development Director. As you know, Mark has been working hard to, I would say, assess and improve community development operations, particularly as pertains to counter functions, strategic planning efforts, many different exercises to try to get there. This particular decision package that he's going to talk about is one that has been recommended through that assessment, has been identified through department strategic planning conversations. And with that, Mark, if you could sort of walk the council through our proposal here.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and City Council. So this decision package is really targeted at improving customer service within the Community Development Department. And customer service in our department is really measured primarily in two ways. One is by how we interact with the customers, how helpful and professional we are. Also by the length of time to review the projects. And that's probably typically the most important factor in terms of how customer service is rated for our performance. So this decision package will help on both of those fronts. And it's to expedite the building plan check process within the department, which is really somewhat of a bottleneck in our process currently. And just to walk you through how it currently works, we have 2 in-house building plan checkers. We issue about 3,000 permits a year, so it's quite a bit for 2 plan checkers. About 20% of those plan checks are outsourced to third-party consultants, and the average review time is 6 to 8 weeks to do each review of the plans. And really it's due to the volume, it's due to the complexity of reviewing these plans for building codes. It's a lengthy process. Those same plan checkers are also tasked with working with the customers, guiding the architects on their projects, helping at the counter in addition to the plan checks. So it's a pretty hefty workload, and that's led to some of these lengthy review times. And this is the reason why in some cases the plan check process can take a year, because somebody will submit, say it takes 8 weeks to review the plans. There's almost always corrections. The architect goes back, addresses those, resubmits. It's another 8 weeks. If that happens 3 times, you're looking at 9 months to a year for the plan review process. So our goal is to compress that and get it down substantially. We're proposing to still maintain our 2 full-time in-house plan checkers. However, we are proposing to outsource approximately 70% of our plan checks to third-party consultants. And with that agreement with the consultants, there would be what we refer to as a revenue split, and that would be of the plan check revenue, where the consultant performing the plan check would receive 60% of the plan check revenue. The city would receive 40% for managing it, for doing the quality control on it, and for communicating with the applicant on the application. With this system, we're anticipating that the average review time will go down to 1 to 2 weeks, and even shorter for more minor projects. It will free up the plan checkers to work on the minor applications that come in and turn those around within a couple of days. And it's also going to allow the plan checkers to work more directly with customers and do more of the hand-holding that's sometimes required to help the architects navigate the challenging building codes and ADA codes and everything else that goes into developing plans. So we actually have leaned into this system over the past 5 months or so with some of the extra funding we've had in our contract and professional services budget. And it's actually been very effective. We've really reduced the review times. It's led to better customer service. We've been receiving customer survey responses in recent months, and they've been positive. Also measure it by the lack of complaints. I know in my first 6 months here, that's probably the most common complaint was the length of time it was taking to get through plan check. And that's really been minimized lately. So in short, this is really gonna help the department operations. It does come at a fiscal impact of approximately $200,000 annually. And that's because we are giving up a little more revenue to the consultant, and we're leaning more on consultants to augment staff. But I really feel it's necessary to enhance the service of our department. And I will say that we did a request for proposal recently, and we received proposals from multiple firms If this is approved, we're going to be bringing an agreement to the city council for those firms. And as part of the terms, they're required to deliver the plan checks within the required time of 2 weeks, be available to assist with staff and customers, and there's other performance standards that we've set per the RFP. So that's a overview on this decision package, and I'm available for any questions.
So this will all be done through iWorks?
So iWorkers are a permit management system, and the consultant, it's already working this way, they have access to the system also. And similar to the applicant, they transmit through the portal, and it's the consultant portal.
And the fiscal impact, what are you comparing that to? Are you comparing that to if we hired more people?
No, our current core budget. So the impact, because what's going to
The
happen.
current core doesn't meet the demand.
Right, current core doesn't meet demands.
We're understaffed for the number of.
So what will
So
happen
it's
is.
not really an apples to apples.
No, so what it means truly for us is we're going to, in some instances, we're going to need to reduce our expected revenue collection, and then we're going to have to adjust how much we expect to pay to third-party consultants for the
Understand.
revenue we do collect.
But if
So-
we said we're over capacity, we need to hire people, this would actually turn this would be cheaper than hiring people.
No, it's true. There are scenarios. One of the other advantages to this model creates flexibility for us. It allows us to expand and contract with permit demand as opposed to carry fixed cost associated with any circumstance. So that's why it's imperative. Ultimately, I think this will not only allow us to be more responsive to the building community, but it will help our existing personnel focus on their core competency and working through their primary issues and allow a more efficient third-party group to execute the day-to-day plan checks that currently bog down our plans examiners when we get larger projects. And we're trying to provide that customer-forward approach, helping the architects, et cetera.
So part of the feedback I got from several different inputs, people in the community, was not that the initial plan check, that didn't bother them so much. It was that when they addressed what was in the initial plan check and they resubmitted, it came back with new things that weren't on the, that they didn't have to fix the last time. And so they said, if you just get all those up front, we could do it once instead of, that's what they were complaining about, having to come back multiple times with things they could have addressed the first time had it been in the.
And I think capacity to analyze these things and not funnel them through just two, overly burdened personnel will help improve that first review, right? We'll have a more thorough first plan check, if you
And
will.
from what I understand, also, this isn't all in your department, right?
Well, this
There's
particular
other folks that
program.
have to weigh in, like, fire or.
Well, there are. This though is pertaining specifically to the building plan check component. There is engineering encroachment permit review. There sometimes is a fire service review that would be involved. There's, of course, the planning component on the entitlement side that's separate from building plans checks. So this is a component. I don't know, Mark, is it going to incorporate fire plan
It
check
will
as part?
not, but this is really the vast majority of the review occurs through the building plan check review. So it's definitely going to provide coverage for that. And
We just recently had, the blade signs, were delayed months for, their commercial off-the-shelf blade signs that were going in with 4 bolts in the concrete, and it took months to get that through our own.
This would help that.
yeah, so the other benefit of this is we're going to have additional experts and build that could serve as provide a second opinion, weigh in on some of these decisions are being made on because the building code, there's parts of it that are up for interpretation, and building officials will apply it a little bit differently in each jurisdiction. So we'll provide another level of expertise that we can get opinions on some of these building related matters.
Okay, I'm all for outsourcing. I don't think bringing in more internally, there's a whole trail of costs associated with new employees. And like you said, this can be sized per the demand, not once you hire someone, they're in or out. Right. So, okay, sorry for taking up that time. Anybody else?
Pretty much relating to what was just talked about, what would you estimate the cost would be if you did fully source instead of doing the outsourcing? Like how much more than that $200K cost would we be talking?
It would be Well, it depends on how many resources we were to need to add. And so it could be significantly more, or it could be roughly the same, depending. The challenge we're facing also is that this particular type of expertise is in high demand. We're fortunate to have the two plans examiners that we do. They have great skills. They understand the code. It's very difficult to hire this position. The private firms are far more competitive and are having much more fortune in retaining top talent. So even if we did fund it, I couldn't promise you that we would be successful in recruiting folks that could really help expedite this process. And the nice thing about having a contract is we can hold them accountable through the contract terms. It's more difficult to do that internally.
I get this as a cost savings is kind of what I'm looking at. So I'm thinking, if you were to staff it and say, if I did it, the net cost to the city would it be another 2 heads, 3 heads?
I could give a guesstimate on that, and
I'm
I
not
would
looking
say
for
we
exact
at least
numbers.
need 2 additional plan checkers to match the output of this, which would probably be around 400,000, like fully loaded for both. And the city manager is correct, it is
That's
a
fully
very,
burdened, 400, or that's just
that would be fully
salary?
burdened, maybe plus some additional, but
CalPERS and?
but this is a tough position to hire. I know a lot of cities, are looking for plan checkers. They're in short demand, and they're moving more towards this private sector model because the cities are getting outcompeted by the private sector for this particular position.
You've used the services like this before.
I have, yes.
That was one of the comments from one of the architects I ran into, was the contract plan checkers were much better than going through the city plan checkers, because it was quicker and it was more complete when they got.
Yeah, and in fact, currently we have an expedited process where you can pay to have it outsourced and pay additional. This does away with that. We were just right off the bat, 70% will be going out to the contractor.
Yeah, increasing the speed
Yeah,
is.
and our folks are they're just overburdened. They have too much on their plate. They're expected to be responsive at the counter. You know, Mark or I will pull them in for
I'm not
sometimes.
denigrating any
Code,
of our
yeah,
staff.
code enforcement personnel. So it's a bit of an apples to oranges comparison. This model will allow us to be more effective on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, and anything you can do to be more responsive, handhold people, have your people able to do that, and reduce the time. Because that's the number one complaint I hear is.
And be able to flex. with
It's like
the-
they can pay this much money so they get their stuff done right away, and my thing takes a year. And so if the regular residents can now
Still
have
don't
their
think we
plans
take
checked.
the tail of CalPERS into account when we compare them.
Well,
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah. Thank you, Director Weiner, for being the change that we wanted to see. If the old council were here, they'd say, wow, yeah, thank you, because slow times in the building department or and the plan check review process has plagued the city for a long time. So this pivots us to being a little more business, commercial development friendly. And I appreciate that. Also, I'd like to, if you could explain to the council kind of the next step that you explained to Councilmember Barrett and I of what you'd like to see eventually in your department in terms of was it a plan check supervisor?
Yeah, so eventually.
Permit supervisor, sorry.
And it's not in this budget because so currently we're working on a department fee study. And we're going to be bringing that to the city council in a few months from now, and it may recommend some modest increases to the fees. And we would like to apply that revenue to hiring a counter supervisor. And we discussed this when I covered the organizational assessment. That was a recommendation. And really this person is there as kind of a frontline supervisor for the permit technicians that are working with the customers and provides that level of expertise. But it would also be a resource to the customers where they can go directly to this person and find out what the issue is with their permit. And this individual would not be saddled with necessarily having to process permits. They'd be overseeing it and making sure that we're responsive to customers.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for this. Can I also ask about a different decision package in your department?
Yeah, sure.
Just for number 4, this is the development fee increase, projecting or using a 6.7% uniform increase across all fees. My question is that based on the same volume of applications that we're seeing now?
That was based on it's to match the cost of living salary increases that are occurring this year and to offset that, which is increasing the operational cost for the department.
Right, and I just want to make sure that this number is reflective of what we actually expect. Are we seeing fewer applications come in year over year? And are we gonna get to this number that you're projecting?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think you're asking, is the estimated revenue calculation pursuant to current applications? And the answer is yes. And we do feel like next year's forecast does look to be comparable to this year's. It actually, ironically, might be greater. And what's also interesting is, and that's why we've tried to be conservative with this particular proposal, because there's a scenario where our turnaround increases, so we actually produce more volume and actually collect more fees as a result. So the short answer is we feel good about that estimate and achieving that estimate on a growth basis. We may actually outpace that, but we're trying to be careful.
Okay, yeah, I just want to be, like you were proposing, conservative, that, if we're dipping into reserves, that,
Don't exacerbate that problem by.
I really want to make sure that, I'm very uncomfortable going into the reserves and estimating, outcomes like this. I just want to take that into account, that we actually can meet that mark.
Yeah, appreciate that question, and agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So that's it for the plan presentations. I do want to make clear that as we conclude this, if you want to ask questions of our other directors, you're certainly welcome tonight. You can ask questions of them next week, offline, et cetera. So there's more time. I didn't want to just limit it to these three departments.
Well, let me ask a question on that. So you briefed some of the decision packages that are in here. Are we going to hear a briefing on all of them?
No, not all of them,
Okay.
because it takes, as you can see, it takes quite a bit of time. So we're trying to give you some highlights. Next week's focus will be the CIP. We'll talk a little bit about it here in the calendar. If there are particular DPs you are curious about, we're happy to answer those questions tonight, next week, or even on the 17th. And if
This is the only time you're planning for directors to brief us on the decision.
preemptively, directors are available to you on a Q&A basis
Okay.
tonight, yeah. So the other part of the budget, as you all are very well familiar with, our budget response reports and program. Surprisingly, we're up to 58, and hopefully not counting too many more. 30 were included with your packet this weekend. We hope to have the balance of the 28 in your packet next weekend. If we get any tonight, which I hope we don't get many, if any, that may trail a little bit. There's only so much we can produce in a single week's time. But the goal is to try to have this supplemental information to you in as much advanced time as possible to allow you to consider it as part of your budget motion making. So dropping BRRs on you on the 17th doesn't really help you make budget decisions. So that's why I'm cautious about adding to this list. As it is, we'll get you a big chunk in this week's packet. We'll probably have a few that'll be delivered to you blue folder next Tuesday. But then at least you'll have a full week to consider them as you get prepared for the meeting on the 17th.
So if something's in the, as we just discussed on one of the street things yesterday, I think it was, said that's within a current budget. Do we need to put a BRR in that?
Not necessarily. If it's a question that we can quickly answer for you in terms of sequence or procedure, you can just.
Well, what I talked to you about on, Sapphire and Broadway. Do I need to bring that up?
That's a capital conversation. We can talk about that.
That's right. It's capital,
next week.
but is it within a budget that's
And it's within, your particular issue happens to be related to traffic calming. I think we already have a funding source for it, but we certainly can have that discussion.
Do I need a BRR? Can we just?
If you really want to have some estimates on the cost of those treatments.
I don't care about the estimates. It's getting it in the pipeline.
Well, then you don't need a BRR. You just need something that you could codify in the motion. And we can answer that question for you next Tuesday. Yeah, this has to do with speed calming potential concerns.
Yeah, we have people doing donuts at
Broadway and.
Yeah, but this is a regular spot because it's such a big area.
It's a 5-street intersection. It's a complicated area.
It's huge.
So we've got 58 currently. I'm hoping we don't leave tonight with many more than that. Next slide, please, Stephanie. We've got, last night, the Planning Commission considered the budget, as they always do, for what we call general plan consistency. They, I believe, took action to confirm that it is consistent with the general plan. Tonight, obviously, we've been talking about the operating budget. Next week's focus will be capital projects. You'll hear from Andy and his team. And then the Budget and Finance Commission will review both budgets next week on the 12th. And then we'll be back before you on the 17th for consideration of adoption. Next slide, please. So you've already reopened the hearing, of course. You've conducted some of your Q&A. I do want to stress, if you've got more questions on the decision packages or the budget response reports that have been presented to you thus far, we're happy to answer them tonight. You don't have to have any questions, but if you have them, feel free. And then we obviously need to continue the public hearing to June 10th.
Okay. Anybody have questions or any discussion?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
So one of the questions that we asked all the directors is looking ahead in future years, what positions or where do you see growth needed to support your department and the like? And some feedback that we got was that the Community Services Department needed a particular position. Director House, could you describe to us what it is, and could we just get a BRR on that, please?
Yeah, we can get a BRR. I believe you're referring to an additional supervisor position in the Recreation Division.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm looking for the paper.
we can provide for you. I can craft the question. It would be relative to what additional supervisory support could be added to the Recreation Services Division to assist with operations and at what cost. We have a vacant position that potentially we could use to help offset some of that cost. Ideally, we would also like to see some additional revenues identified to cover the balance. As I've said, we've been very judicious in this budget with position control, so we're happy to provide you that information as a BRR.
I think you got it covered unless there's anything else you want to add. All right. And let's see, I've been Brown acting obviously with Councilmember Barrett on crossing guards. We had met obviously with the chief about that. And I think we'll get a BRR on it, which will identify vehicles, unaccompanied students, totally e-bike riders, et cetera.
You will. That is coming for your packet next week.
I think what we've definitely agreed on is not increasing the number of crossing guards above the 27. What I think we've also agreed on is we don't want to pull crossing guards out of each other's count districts, and we wouldn't want to do that to anybody else either. So unless anybody wants to give up a crossing guard in their district, when they see the list or thinks, hey, I want to give this person, we don't need this one, I don't think we're going to have, at least from our standpoint, much change there, including not adding the additional 2 that are needed, but it would be at a cost of some other intersection. And I can see systemically why there's a growing crossing guard demand by councils is as people get elected, they say, hey, I'll get you that crossing guard. They get that crossing guard, and it just gets added to the list without us ever going back and looking at the entire list of crossing guards and actually looking at the metrics to see, are these crossing guards objectively warranted at this intersection? And even if a crossing guard's not objectively warranted at an intersection, they are all crossing kids, and they're all being confronted with vehicles that are crossing at the same time, and nobody wants to pull that crossing guard off. And I think the residents would be super disappointed if they lose a crossing guard in their neighborhood. So unless you all have any other ideas on that.
I do. Well, first I will say that I don't think they're objectively unnecessary at any intersection, just because our actually the police chief and the police department evaluates every intersection before it's, granted that this is, needed. They have some criteria that measure that. That being said, I think there is some discussion to be had in education for the community to understand that this is a significant financial strain for the city that is consistent. So I think opening up this discussion, educating the community about this, that there are areas that are maybe less dangerous than others, and that there's opportunity to adjust them to other locations that are more dangerous is a fair conversation to be had, but I wouldn't want it to be necessarily made in this vacuum without having the community and those families that are used to those crossing guards being part of that conversation. So I think maybe we need to do some more outreach and community discussion to reallocate crossing guards where they're most necessary. And I would be open to that.
I cannot wait for you to host that workshop.
No, this is joint.
All right. Any other kind of preliminary remarks, Ron? No? All right. We did prepare a worksheet, if you will, of just our thoughts. I don't know if you all want to see that now or sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. I've been
Okay.
waiting for this.
Okay. All right.
Bated breath.
Well, 2B, please.
This is my favorite part of the year.
All right. So our understanding is that BRR1 will not change the $42,906 balance that's left after all this money is appropriated.
That is still holding. Stephanie is nodding her head. We are
All right.
still holding there.
So decision package 9 says that we could do our own election for the general plan amendment if we need to run a special election, if that occurs in time, for $280,000. We spoke with the clerk, Eleanor Manzano. She said it would be more work, but we could do it. And so we would vote to take the cheaper in-house option for a savings of $27,000. DP 24 unchanged, no impact. We just questioned, should we have a reduction? Decision package 45, there's a $250,000 fence at Perry Park that doesn't need to be replaced, but one day it needs to be replaced. And it's aging. So we would just allocate some Quimby money towards that. I figured $75,000 given the $271,000 balance in Quimby could be fair, but I'm flexible there. I just want to see, some progress towards it because it is a big investment.
Just a point of reference, I know this is just a prelim tonight, but in the future, let's make sure we're clear in the statement where the funding source is. So reference Quimby somewhere in that narrative. I know you're pulling it out of other fund balance, but it's all,
sorry, okay.
yeah.
So, okay. Help? That help?
Yep.
And it's drawing off that balance. All right. Also adding Quimby funds, I did add it here, to Aviation Park pickleball. So we had gotten a BRR on this last year. We had funded it to, I think, $320,000. I'm told from City Manager Wazansky that they could probably start design this year. And it would be good to give support to the idea that this is something we're serious about and continue to add money here. So we would add an additional $200,000 to pickleball at Aviation. That would bring the Quimby balance to $71,000. We confirmed with the mayor that he's satisfied with the amount of money that's allocated for Wilderness Park, and is hopeful, optimistic that we will continue to fund Wilderness Park as that money gets consumed in the future years from Quimby.
And I will say, our estimates for Quimby funding replenishment this year are more aggressive than they were last year, but they're still arguably more conservative given the housing projects that are in the pipeline. We will have new Quimby funds accrue over the next few years.
What do you think that total will be, or for the next year?
Well, next year we have the estimate, I want to say at like 1.6 million,
Okay.
or maybe a little bit less than that. But that is not accounting for the 46 unit project that's proposed at Pearl and PCH. So there's at least that much likely to come as well.
I just want to clarify, I do think Wilderness Park will require more funding
money,
in the
yeah.
future to complete the master plan, but the money that's already allocated in the CIP will be good for the next year or so at least, so.
Yeah, I want to make sure we're still moving forward on those
Yeah.
plans.
And if you have a project that staff can get done this year that you want to fund from Quimby, I think we can back off on one or other of these. Fencing, BRR 25, the fencing on Grant Avenue, the north side and the south side is, it's bad. It just doesn't look good. It doesn't make the residents who live around that area feel like the area is cared for. So I'd want to.
Is that for Perry Park?
No, that's fencing alongside Grant Avenue between Inglewood
And the train crossing, right?
or the train bridge.
The train tracks.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah.
Right, and you can even look at it at Google Maps, but it's rusted, it's crooked.
I know, I
it's
just
got-
didn't know where along Grant. that you
And
were.
there's a picture of it there's a picture of it in BRR 25. All right, that would bring the balance down to, the general fund balance down to 24,000. BRR 29, Councilmember Waller was concerned about ComK. I thought it works just fine, but staff is suggesting the upgrade. That would push it, that would be $23,900, bring us down to
To
260.
interrupt there,
Yeah, while we're on that subject, Mike, can we confirm, is that the figure that's necessary there? I thought that upgrade might be cheaper than that. This is the Comcade upgrade, if you could come up. Mike Cook, our IT director.
Good evening, Mike Cook, IT Director. So yeah, that is the one-time upgrade cost for the project is right around that $24,000, and there's some very negligible additional annual upgrades to the tune of about $4,000 a year. And
So that would be the one-time figure.
honestly, we could absorb that in the operational budget as it stands if we wanted to go that route.
the $23,000
Yeah.
you could absorb.
So Councilman Obaji, I think if we were to fund that, I think we'd pull it out of IT, so that wouldn't be a general fund
Okay.
appropriation. That's the point I'm making with that.
Okay.
So the
That'd be
full
another
24
fund.
Sorry, the
Yeah.
full 24,000 is what you're saying to absorb, not
Yeah,
the
sure.
4.
Both. I think
Oh,
you're saying
He
both.
would absorb.
Yeah,
the
I think
whole
we can
thing.
handle both, and it should draw against the IT replacement fund as opposed to the general
29.
fund balance there, conceptually.
So I think you can probably zero off
Yeah.
that line in
got it
Excel.
Okay.
What do you want?
But thank
So
you.
it's just IT funds?
Yeah, just show it as an IT fund.
And I'll tell you, I agree with, rather than go to a whole new system, which seems like a major turnover, just upgrading what we
It's a
got.
significant.
With a one-time
different
cost, we'll get an
to do
upgrade
a
in
new
service.
system.
And then you say here, little change to annual subscription, so that seems to me like the no-brainer path to go.
It does, yeah, and actually, it's actually no change to the existing subscription cost, but we'd be adding a couple of additional features that we don't currently have, and that's what that additional 4,000 is for.
Uh-oh, he's doing math on the fly.
Uh-oh.
All right,
What's the waiting factor?
okay. So,
It depends what year.
here we go, sorry. All right. Moving on, whoops. All
I
right.
think we're done with that.
Thank you. PR 35, we choose to pursue grant funding for smaller, medium sensory rooms in one or both of our libraries, rather than trying to fund that right now. Seems like grant funding for the libraries has been successful in the past for that self-checkout kiosk.
You want to
PR,
put grant funding on that then?
well, I funded it to 0.
Okay.
So,
Or
C.
pursue grants, yeah.
Okay. BR 36, updating the city logo on the King Harbor Gateway signage and repaint and design. So we previously funded the repainting and to try to bring the brand of the city uniform, to make it be uniform across the city. We'd want to replace that sailboat with the city's logo, and potentially we'll have a discussion on this, whether to change the font on the signage to match the city logo font, whether to have our designer do that. So that would be an additional $60,000. Yes, that takes us negative, but hold on, we're gonna get to positive. Implement the EMS 911 response fee that we had passed last year, but never got implemented.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. 2 years ago, and never got implemented. This is a conservative estimate that it would generate $250,000 trying to collecting from insurance companies. I think the city manager said between 200 and 300,000.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I mean, we've had estimates as much as $970,000. I want to be very cautious if we do, and we're going to be bringing back the implementation contract to you in the next couple of weeks. Assuming you all approve that, this is a number we could live with, but I wouldn't push this any harder than that for now until we have proof of concept.
All right. BRR 38, flags replacement at International Boardwalk. This would be the option that
I'm sorry, your time's up.
This would be the option that keeps flags around for like 18 months, not replace every flag, but have a healthy stash every other one or so and replace them every 18 months or so. BRR 40, the next 3 are basically in one group. adding meters to Redondo. That would be a one-time cost of $54,873. The next BRR is the ongoing expenses, would be $13,653 for those, maintaining those meters, connecting them, et cetera. And then the most conservative revenue from those meters at a 25% utilization for only 3/4 of the year, because we need to get coastal.
Councilman, could you update that to reflect revenue, increased revenue, and then assuming 25% utilization of meters, just so we're clear what that is? Just put it at the start there, yeah.
I mean, this isn't a final thing, right?
No, I know. I just trying to get us ready for the 17th here.
Okay. So that would be $109,000, bringing this fund balance back up to 245. I will say that something we've discussed with the city manager to help with traffic leaving Redondo, maybe you could talk about it, is making that right turn lane allow through traffic straight up onto 190th. So that cars can get out there more quickly. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, and I'd have some more thoughts on that. I'll obviously work with Andy between now and next Tuesday so we can present maybe more on that concept and give you a better sense of cost. But the idea is, and it's referenced in the BRR, the idea is to try to improve throughput, particularly eastbound on Redondo. We have a bit of a bottleneck there, particularly in the summer months, busy weekends, where we can hopefully increase that crossing. And we think we can make improvements without eliminating some of those parking spaces. And we'll need to give you a cost on what that will take to implement, but I'm thinking that could come out of perhaps traffic calming. We might be able to find another funding source in the capital program to cover that expense as opposed to the general fund money here. So that will be our first focus. We'll have a little more for you on that next week.
Do we have to go to the Coastal Commission for installing those parking meters?
No, we just have to follow our approved resolution program. So there is a locally issued CDP. So we have a mechanism, there's an implementation period and the whole thing, but we don't have to, I believe, get their jurisdictional authorization.
So the only thing we'd have to get from them is if we eliminated.
Correct.
For the
because we're
extra
still
lane.
maintaining parking, we're just metering it.
But we can put the meters in without going back to coastal.
We have to follow our resolution, and we have to do all of that stuff. There's a sequence for it, but we don't need their authorization, I
But I'll
believe.
tell you, I support this because I think we're losing revenue in the currently, where we just put meters in.
Right here.
Because they're all parking for free just up the street. And
Yep.
so I think we've, impacted ourselves.
And we should find out if we have to lose any spots before we put the meters in, especially at that end of Redondo, so that we don't, put meters in and have to take them out, if we have to take away any spaces.
We will analyze that. We feel like even if we were to install the meters, let's say, and we were determined later that we wanted to expand the throughput lane because that capacity and queuing was working, we believe we could repurpose those meters elsewhere in the organization as meters get damaged or go dormant, et cetera. So even if we spent the money, I think it wouldn't be chasing good money after bad if we had to pull them out.
Okay.
All right. I didn't put money in here for the traffic or
Right.
redesign. Okay.
Yeah, ideally, we'd find that through the capital program, so.
BR 51 called for more funding for the banners for Artesia Boulevard. We've got the brackets, but to actually produce the banners, they need money. So there's that. BR 51 Harbor Drive banner program, they need more hardware there. That's an additional $30,545. Figure if we're gonna do a new city flag, replace the old city flag and with the logo, and create banners that say Redondo Beach on them, we probably need to procure the services of our Jordis. Yeah, Jordis. And so just threw in some money here. And I do like the practice of allocating additional overtime hours to Public Works because the trash cans get filled up on the Esplanade and elsewhere around the city, and we want to keep those empty and keep them clean and the like, and appreciate their dedication over the weekends during the busy weekends. So that's it. Those are our initial thoughts. It leaves $141,000 and change left.
I just wanted to make a quick note on the Quimby Fund revenue. I think we actually programmed about 1.1 million we're projecting to get this year. And as the city manager was saying, that's conservative. We may actually get more than that. But we also need to see what revenue comes in at the end of this fiscal year. That'll impact our balance. So I think it's a good conservative bridge.
So the balance you're saying that I have of 346,000 should be 1.1 million?
No, that incorporates, so that number is post CIP allocations in the recommended budget, so that's a good number. With
Okay.
that's with the conservative Quimby estimate.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. If there's this, like, as I said, there's a small chance that number could grow if we see the other project come online within the fiscal year. And to Stephanie's point, there's a small chance that that number could be slightly eroded if this year's closeout isn't as strong as initially anticipated.
Okay.
So I appreciate the work you put into that and the detail. Appreciate you sitting down with all the department heads, Councilmember Barrett. I'm supportive of the things that bring in more revenue and some of those critical things that I highlighted that I supported as you went through it. I do want to preface, I'm a little antsy when we're in a what is essentially a $3.5 million deficit. You know, we should be putting as much money back into the reserve as we can and not spending as much as we can. So I'm a little, I think some of those things we could defer without any harm. In fact, I question whether someone we can get to over the next fiscal year. So that's my first cut at it, but we'll hear how the debate goes with the rest of the council. Anybody else? I don't see any hands up.
No.
No.
Okay.
I would just say thank you for, taking the
Getting that
first
started.
step in this.
Yeah, can you
It's
send
always
this to
helpful to
us?
hear.
Yeah.
And then anyone from the public wish to address us before we continue this?
You're still sharing your screen, so.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark Nelson and then Daryl Boyd.
Okay, good night, good evening for the last time tonight. So there's a contingent of people here from the 500, 600 block of Prospect Frontage Road. And the issue that we're really speaking about there is the CIP, which is next week, but we weren't aware it was going to be next week. So instead, we're going to, because the people are here, we're going to go ahead and talk about it tonight.
It's still relevant tonight.
I agree.
Yeah.
So there's two CIP issues that are relevant. BRR 3, which was strictly spec'd sort of as the cost of a sound wall. It got expanded at some point in the narrative to a iron fence as well. It did not get expanded to actually the cost of K-rail, because K-rail would be another safety option to stop cars from bouncing off of Big Prospect onto the frontage road. It's happened a couple of times in the last decade. Fortunately, nobody was there when it happened, right? So nobody got smashed or anything. So that's what's going on with BRR 3. BRR 22 came in basically as a request for speed cushions and a few other things. There are traffic issues. The Prospect Frontage Road is funky. It's one-way, it's two-way at a T intersection. So it's, wrong way traffic is pervasive. U-turns are illegal on Big Prospect. So instead, they're like, they're just as illegal to go down the wrong way on a one-way road. So that's what they choose to do instead. So it's just a messy place. BRR 22 has turned into essentially the traffic calming budget. And it's like, okay, we're gonna, the Public Works and Sustainability Commission said, all right, let's try to do as much of this as we can with paint. Okay, and I think that's great, and we're working cooperatively with them. So that's kind of what's going on with 22. People, I'm sure, will want to address, how the road gets reconfigured as well. Going back to BRR 3, I traded notes with Director Wingy. I think there's some real math problems there. The wall that got costed out was 24 feet tall. I'm the wrong kind of engineer to critique whether a 24-foot tall cinder block wall can happen. I would say arguably no. And even if it were going to, the specification in the California Highway Manual is 6 feet to 14 feet tall, not 24. So basically the price of that thing is like 3 or 4 times what it should be. On top of it, our friends at Caltrans did them no favors because Caltrans makes its budget numbers available, and they were pulled out for the purpose of estimation, and there was a 300-foot wall in there, square foot wall.
I'm sorry,
That
your time's
was
up.
wildly expensive,
So your time's up, sir.
and they left it in. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for staying.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Light, Mr. Waller, fellow car guy, good to see you. My name is Darrell Boyd. My wife and I purchased our home at 521 North Prospect Avenue in April 1993, so we've lived there for 32 years now. At that time, there was less traffic on North Prospect Avenue. The median was maintained with healthy foliage and was very private. Over the years and turning into decades now, the city of Redondo Beach completely neglected the upkeep and maintenance of the North Prospect Avenue median. The foliage became diseased and died, trash thrown out of cars never picked up. It became a complete eyesore and remained that way for many years. In June of 2024, the city decided abruptly, with no notice or any conversation with the residents here, to completely remove all of the dead shrubbery on the North Prospect Avenue median. It completely stripped us of any privacy and any bit of sound deflection, even though not much that we had left. The city had no plan, and many months went by until I initiated a movement on our street to bring the matter to the city's attention to try to get something done about it. It has taken longer than this neighborhood hoped for, but some progress has been made regarding the foliage, although I'm not completely sold on the type and maturity that has been selected. We have a major traffic and noise problem along with the privacy issues. The stretch from Burl Street to the BCHD traffic signal has become a runway or a drag strip for speeding cars flying down that hill at Burl Street, flying through that stretch at least double the speed limit constantly. People don't just drive, they are gunning and grinding through there. My neighbors on the north end of the street and the 600s will attest. Increased traffic over the decades, but in the past 5 years, the demeanor of drivers has become more reckless and more rude. We've not seen enough attention being paid by the city of Redondo Beach to dealing with impatient and speeding drivers or this entire situation. There's been an increase in very loud exhaust from modern muscle cars, and there's a rash of drivers with illegal exhaust. We're talking about actual exhaust cutouts that are ultra loud and cause a backfiring effect. Most of you know me as a car guy, and I love a healthy sounding ride, but some of these cars are louder than even typical classic muscle car or street rod exhausts. And I happen to know Mr. Waller would know too. These are on daily driven cars all over the place now. This is the modern car culture. And we see many of the same cars through here daily or through our street. Some are even employees over at BCHD. The BCHD and Silverado buildings at 514 North Prospect forms a V-shaped sound reflector.
Time's up, sir.
Can I just finish, Mayor, please?
Do we have a motion
That
to
points
extend?
directly at our homes.
You can't, wait. Do we have a motion to extend? No, so I'm sorry, we have to keep it consistent.
I tried. There's a lot to say. It's hard to get it
Understand.
in 3 minutes, but thank you.
Okay, Julie Hernandez, and that's the last card I have.
Hi, Julie Hernandez at 611 North Prospect. I'll just pick up where Darrell left off, quite frankly. I don't like coming here with this tone and this manner that I am tonight, but unfortunately, I feel like there's been a severe lack of action on our street to have no trees, dead trees for several years. It's just frankly super disappointing. The lack of action for this long, you're basically sending us a message. Just because our entire street is not here tonight doesn't mean they're not upset, doesn't mean they're not disgusted and disappointed. We basically feel like our tax dollars are just as good as anybody else's, but we just feel super ignored, super neglected, and unsafe, okay? Right across from us, there used to be bushes, some kind of safety, some kind of barrier. If you try to get in your car that's parked on the curb, there's such a slope you could fall into the street. Got my kids now, grandkids. Our family's been on that street 40 years. But what would it have taken? What if we hadn't complained? What if we hadn't made noise? How long would it have taken for you guys to do something? So I'm sorry, we're past the point of small 5-gallon trees unless you're going to accompany it with a substantial wall for our safety. I'm just shaking. I can't believe just talk of aesthetics of palm trees being trimmed on Artesia, emblem signs to have consistent branding in Redondo. Our families are not safe. We're being polluted with noise. We're just blending in as part of the commercial landscape. We're just a part of Big Prospect. We're just a part of Vaughn's parking lot. And I'm sure if it was your street or your house, you would be up in arms. There would be action. I work for the city of Torrance, worked for the Public Works Department, worked for the Streetscape Department. I'm not completely unfamiliar with how things get done or how fast they can get done. I'm sure the money is there. You find money when you want it. When you develop hotels or big shopping centers, you plant the trees that you want in the size that you want. You don't give somebody a 5-gallon bucket and go, well, wait a few years. That would have been fine 2 years ago. It's not fine today. So I don't know. I was here a couple months ago. I spoke then. I was a little more kind. I was a little more soft. Basically, I felt like that fell on dead ears. I really didn't see many of your faces there that night. Hopefully, we can get something moving. I really hope so. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long night. I waited quite a while to share my piece. I really hope that we can get something moving because trust me, the neighborhood is upset. Just because they're not here tonight, I do speak for them, okay? So it's one city block, one side of the street. It's not that big of a project. I'm sure you guys can figure out a way to make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to address the city council at this time?
Good evening, Mayor Light and City Council members. My name is Anastasia Bonholzer, and I'm a local mortgage broker. A proud member of the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce and an incoming chair for the Chamber's Member Services and Ambassadors Committee. I also serve on the boards of both the Chamber and the Redondo Beach Rotary Club. I mention these roles not to list credentials, but to show how deeply I care about the city I live in, I work in, and I'm raising my daughter here. Mayor Light, you've met her before, my spirited Miss Redondo Beach, who proudly joins me at ribbon cuttings, cleanups, and community events. She believes in the city just as much as I do. I'm here tonight to respectfully request your support for additional fee waivers to help Chamber continue hosting one of Redondo Beach's most cherished events, the Super Bowl 10K. Now in its 47th year, this event brings 5,000 to 6,000 runners and over 20,000 spectators to our streets, driving foot traffic to local businesses and spotlighting all that makes Redondo special. The Chamber, a nonprofit 123 years, works hard to support the businesses that are the backbone of our community. This event is huge as the city's top revenue generating event and draws visitors who often become future residents or customers. As an incoming chair of the Ambassador Committee, I help lead efforts to increase their visibility and growth. But putting on the 10K has become significantly harder. Costs have risen more than fivefold in recent years, and the new city's requirements, including additional barricades, now add over $35,000 to our expenses. For a nonprofit, this is incredibly difficult to absorb. We absolutely understand the need for safety and compliance and want to work hand in hand with the city. But without additional fee waivers, the financial strain threatens not only the event itself, but also local economic boost and community pride that comes with it. Mayor Light and council members, your support tonight would help preserve a long-standing Redondo tradition, support our small businesses, and show a commitment to keeping events like these thriving in our community. Thank you for your time and for everything you do to make Redondo a place we're all proud to call home.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the city council at this time? Is it official?
Yes, sir.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I am here on behalf of the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce as the newly elected CEO. I am here to respectfully request your consideration for additional fees for Super Bowl 10K. This is a cherished tradition via community have our residents get together. It promotes wellness as well. And the additional fee waivers will help ensure that we continue to provide a safe, inclusive, and high-quality experience for all participants while keeping the race accessible to families, students, and runners for all levels. Each year, we welcome over 5,000 runners, many of whom stay in the community, dine locally, and contribute to our community. Beyond the race itself, this event allows us to give back in meaningful ways. It funds scholarships for Redondo Union High School and supports free business workshops open to all city businesses in the city. Thank you for your time and your ongoing support of our community events like this. Your dedication to the well-being of our city is greatly appreciated. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good evening, Mayor Light, City Council, City Staff, Mark Hansen. I'll switch hats tonight. At one point, I'm going to have my hat on for the Chamber of Commerce. I proudly serve on the Board of Directors in the Government Relations Committee. And then I'll switch hats and talk to you as a King Harbor voter. I want to start with the Chamber event. I can't possibly say anything better than the way Anastasia and Mara did. I had the pleasure of reading their presentations beforehand. I got nothing to add other than to just completely support it. You get it, okay? We bring in thousands of people, prestige to the city, and people spend a lot of money here. So I think I'll just stop it there rather than repeat what they did so great. Let me switch hats over to the harbor. I want to rise in strong support of decision package number 26 to permanently establish a harbor master in the harbor. I think it makes all the sense in the world to combine those duties with emergency preparedness. We are super lucky to be a beach and harbor town, but that means we're going to pay for it every once in a while. It's not a matter of if, it's when we get hit. And where we get hit the hardest, of course, is the harbor. So having a harbor master who's also supposed to be in charge of emergency preparedness just makes a whole bunch of sense. Kurt Mahoney has already been fantastic. He accepted our invitation to be a guest speaker at King Harbor Yacht Club. He recently came to a chamber event with over 70 business leaders there. The mayor and the two councilmen, thank you gentlemen, were there. We needed to do a state required posting for the new white sea bass. The contractor called me. I introduced him to Kurt, and by the next day, Kurt says, "Thanks, Mark, got it all taken care of." So he was on it instantly. I met with him when he first got the job, and he was super patient and sat down and let me tell him about the last 25 years in the harbor. So he's just a great guy, and maybe the most obvious thing, boat ramps coming. That harbor is going to be super busy, and to be training him now, getting him up to speed will be great for us. I'll hit another a few things real quick. Budget response number 38 for an additional economic staff member. I think that makes a lot of sense. So you might take a look in your wiggle room on your budget for that. My next thing is the signature special events. The BBR hasn't been written on that yet, but I'll just let staff know I'm having meetings with the principals for Boat Parade and a potential new seafair right now, so we're well underway on that. And finally, on that Redondo thing, totally support the idea of you guys working on that, clean it up. Obviously, I drive that just constantly every day, and it's taking me 3 signals to get off Redondo. People are breaking the law, doing an illegal U-turn and cutting through Hermosa to try to do with that. So hope those notes are helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council at this time? Okay, anyone online?
Yes, I have Wayne Craig.
Hello, Wayne.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1.
couple things maybe to think about, maybe not so much in this budget, but going forward. And this is something that came up last night at the Planning Commission meeting. And we expect a lot from our city services. In fact, our Public Works Department does a huge amount of CIP projects each year. I think there's something like, what's it, 80 or 89 in the pipeline now. And I'd like to think that the improvements that we could do to help them would be looking at the city yard. One thing we did during the discussion about the police and fire station bond measure was whether that should be added into it. While certainly not as glamorous as a fire station or a police station, it's equally important. And I think if we can do something to improve the facilities that they have, which are dated back to the, I think, early 50s, we should probably take that up at some time in the future, because if we're going to be expecting all these CIP projects to be completed in any timely fashion, maybe giving them a better service yard might be a way of doing that, because some of those areas, if you've toured it, they have to do repair on vehicles and such outside in the weather. That's not a great thing when you got rain out here. Anyway, another item to consider is something that was brought up earlier, and I certainly appreciate all the hard work our police department does. I got to tell you, going from $500,000 a year to $644,000 a year for crossing guards is concerning. Granted, it's a popular item to run on. Maybe we can get elected if we say we're going to bring crossing guards in, but I think we need to equally have a talk about. I think it was mentioned tonight. We were talking about moving them or taking them away from areas. I think before you have that conversation, I think we should go back to the drawing board and say, why are we paying for all this? I know that we have a commission or subcommittee that's supposed to be looking at some kind of shared cost. I think it's really important to do so. We want our kids to get to school safe, but is the city the right person to be sourcing all of that? Especially when we consider that we're also paying for the elections for the school district, and we're also covering the trash pickup, I understand. Now, again, some kind of shared, paying their fair share is a fair thing. I think it's important to consider that as we go forward, rather than increasing costs to residents first. We had this happen last year we raised all the parking fees. We raised all the city fees to most of the residents in the city as well. And we took away free parking during the holiday season, which impacted businesses in Riviera Village. So it'd be great to hear back from the subcommittee. I know they've been meeting for more than a year and there hasn't been anything reported yet. It'd be great to hear that there's some progress being made to help offset some of those costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have none, and there's 2 e-comments. One opposes, one is against. However, you need to read the comments because they're related to certain projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
When do we talk about signature events? Is that under?
Yeah, you'll get a BRR.
You'll get a BRR next week with the level of subsidy that's been provided for each of the events historically. And any adjustments to that would require additional appropriation. So the last few years, the 10Ks received a $10,000 subsidy or fee waiver. I think Seafair last year, I want to say $2,000 or $4,000 between that and the boat parade and that general ballpark. Springfest receives a $13,000, I think, fee waiver in the last year or two. The Riviera Village Summer Festival and holiday strolls, I believe. Yeah, they and maybe the Trick or Treat program receives subsidies as well. But we'll have that list for you as part of the packet next week.
Super Bowl Sunday, 10K, 5K,
That's
historically got 10K.
$10,000 the last couple years.
Is it in this year or no?
The same, what we have historically provided in fee waivers in the budget currently. Any adjustments to that would be required to have supplemental appropriation.
So that's already included in the core?
Yeah.
There you go.
So I know we had the.
I think the request is for more. I mean, I think that's what
enhanced
we're hearing.
security response. Do we have to do that? Is that in perpetuity or is that, I don't know, Chief, if you can, do we have to do the same thing we did at the Super Bowl 10K every year?
I think the expectation is that requirement will continue. I don't know, Joe, you want to speak to that?
Right.
sort of
That
like.
was a result after the.
No, I know what it was as a result.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if it was a peak.
Yeah, I think it's the way things are now.
People still take off their
Well,
shirts.
We'll feel free, but I think the first question is, do we expect for the security measures associated with the 10K to continue? And I think the
Just
answer
to
is
answer that
yes.
question, yes, we expect the security measures to be in place, but what we're working on is securing a elaborate system of barricades that we'd be able to use over and over again, as opposed to having to use all the public works vehicles, which contributed to the cost because of the overtime associated with the personnel to move all those vehicles. So I don't have the exact number, but we're trying to reappropriate some Homeland Security grant funding that wasn't expended so we could buy some of those barricades. And then we're also working with other South-based cities who are gonna buy the same exact type of barricades, so that when we have large-scale events, we'll be able to bring those in. So actually, it's probably gonna, yes, the security is gonna continue at the same rate to prevent vehicles from entering into any significant event. However, we're probably going to be able to reduce the cost significantly because of the mechanisms that we're gonna be able to put in place.
I will tell you, the mayor of Formosa Beach approached me at a recent meeting and said, we wanted to explore the costs of sharing.
We're doing that.
Sharing the cost of those
That's already in the
barricades,
works.
They'd like us to put the barricades up on Hermosa Avenue, and I'm kidding.
That's
Are you talking about
a whole
4th
other
of July?
conversation. But
So we expect to lower those costs.
I think so, yeah. I mean,
This
we
year,
don't
or-
have those yet, but that is the plan, is that working with the other cities and reallocating the shish cap funding so that we can purchase.
Do we have an estimate by about how much?
No, I'd have to look at the exact breakdown of what the costs were associated with the event and how much of that was actually attributed to the additional road closure and security there.
It'd be nice to know when we make a decision how
Yeah,
much.
no, I
to-
understand. But I definitely wanted to share with you that that is something that we're actively working
No,
on.
I
In fact, I think we've already actually placed one order for one of the trailers, and we're working on funding for more because it's a big course. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
the 10K course is massive, and there's a lot of areas there that we have to protect. So it's challenging, it really is. But with these, they're easy, they're portable, and we'll be able to do a lot of it our own. It'll eliminate the need for some of the water-filled barricades and a lot of the public works vehicles. So I am optimistic about being able to lower those costs just with the infrastructure that we're going to be securing.
Okay, thank you. I'll tell you, having moved here in 1989, the first signature event I attributed to the city was at Super Bowl 10K. And until my knees went bad, I ran it every year and had a whole stack of T-shirts, but now I've outgrown them, but unfortunately. And that's not in height. So I would hate to lose that because it is a signature thing. And I know I helped present awards last year. And there were people from New Zealand and Hawaii who come here every year just for that event because they love the way it runs along the water. They said it's one of the best courses. They think it's very well run. So I'd hate for that to disappear from our.
It's a great event, no doubt. It's, as the chief said, a difficult course to protect. And, you know, when you see some of these really significant and tragic events occur, New Orleans, Paris, that, you know, it is something that we have to take very seriously, and there is expense associated with that level of security. So we'll continue to work with police and public works to try to minimize barricade costs, and hopefully we can continue to work with the chamber to find ways to proactively address fees and costs so that it can be a successful event from a fundraising
appreciate
perspective for them too.
It'd be nice to get a feel for that before we make decisions.
Yeah, it's a great question, and, you know, we'll probably be prepared to speak with more detail on that next week as part of that BRR.
Okay.
Question for.
Go ahead.
Ms. Santos, if you could answer. You're currently in the core budget receive a $10,000 fee waiver for the Super Bowl Sunday 10K, 5K. What is the amount of a waiver that you are seeking?
At this point, I do not have the current city bill, but it is in the 60,000s.
60?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is additionally on top of the security measures that we had which was in 35,000.
Okay, and have you considered reducing it to a 5K and talk to the department about what the cost would be if it was, because we just heard the chief say that, especially protecting the 10K course is what's the cause of a lot of expense.
Our board of directors is looking to see how we can save some things around. We know it is a 5K, 10K, and it is a tradition that's been going on for 47 years. We were not expecting all of this, security measures as, they're coming in, and they're always ever changing, such as, when 9/11 happened, we had extra costs and things like that. But, your continued support will really help us to continue with this cherished tradition.
Last, can I ask a clarifying question? You said you have about 5,000 attendees.
Yes, 5,000 plus attendees.
Okay.
And do you have the ability to make a modest increase in the entry fees to cover that cost, maybe on a math
We
basis?
did that this past year, as with, the city fees have been increasing, and so we did. And we saw that we lost almost 1,000 runners because of that increase.
Okay.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, as far as in the BRR about Prospect Avenue, it said that you were in the process of planting your,
Yeah, the operations is working on addressing the landscaping along the median. Certainly understand and share the concerns from the residents as it pertains to that. I think we're close to having the irrigation sourced and figured out and installed. I know we've selected some planting to plant along the median to improve the situation. I don't know if Andy knows exactly when that's coming in. I was told, I think, by the end of the month, but.
Yeah, but actually, planting material, the taller hedges arrived today in the yard, and they're planning work for beginning Thursday.
would those help with sound insulation generally?
Eventually, yes.
Eventually.
They're small. They're maybe 4 or 5 feet tall. They're not, as large as the Olanders that were out there before.
Okay.
And I think one of the points that Andy and Mike Klein have made to me along as it pertains to the size of the particular hedges that are being planted is there's a sweet spot for what will take and grow well and have longevity. Too big a plant doesn't always transplant effectively. We want this to be a sustainable solution longer term. So I think the identified size is, I think, the right combination of substance and potential. But I certainly understand, the residents would like to see as much greenery there as quickly as possible. So we will continue to work this problem.
Working on a sustainable solution.
Yes.
I'll say for what it's worth to the residents, the first I hear of it, I don't know if my head's been in the sand, but this was news to me when I saw the BRR. I hadn't heard of it, so yeah, good to know, and we can work on a problem once we know about it. Thank you.
I wish I could have finished speaking. Sorry, the rules are the rules.
But we hear you. We hear that there's a noise problem there, and there's potentially a safety problem, and
And what I will say, to speak to the Prospect issues, the mayor and I have met with residents there, and there are layers of issues along that street that need to be addressed. The Public Works Commission has weighed in on it, and we're working through certain steps through it, but obviously, the quicker it gets done, the better. And the sound wall issue is also one that needs to be discussed. The capital investment, also, willingness of all the neighbors on that street about what is the best solution for safety, for sound mitigation, for privacy, all of those things. So it is something that we've been working on, but I understand it hasn't been happening quick enough, and we do hear you.
Anything else, Councilmember Obaji?
oh no, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, can I get a motion? Do we close the public hearing or do we
No,
just?
continue,
Okay. Can I get a
continue.
motion to continue to
Second.
The 10th.
the 10th?
Yep.
Okay, motion in a second.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I make a,
Take a 10-minute recess.
you need to read? No? Motion for, how many minutes was that?
10.
10-minute recess,
Okay.
break.
All for?
We're not done with the meeting.
No, we're not. Okay, we will be back in 10 minutes,
We
which
haven't even
is,
started the discussion items yet.
can't add, 7 after.
You need to
recess. I'm calling the meeting back to order. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here?
Councilmember Kulujevic. Here. Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Larent. Here. Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, now we're jumping down to items for discussion prior to action. Item N1, this is about the source selection for service provider for our Beach Cities Transit.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Elizabeth House, Community Services Director. Tonight, we are presenting staff's recommendation for the service provider for transit operations. With me, I have Tyron Gunn, our transit manager. We also have Dan Boyle, our transportation consultant. And in the audience, they've hung out with us for this long. They are our recommended operator for our transit system. So I'll introduce them one by one later on. So if you have questions for them as well at the end of the presentation, you're welcome to go ahead and ask it of them. But with this, I'll hand it over to Ty.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good evening, Mayor Light and council members and those that's still present here this evening. We are here to present the Beach City Transit Contract Award for BCT Fixed Route and Wave Dollar Ride Transit Service. So on our agenda that we have here tonight, we will first briefly talk about the Beach City's transit background, the history of the Beach City Transit. Next, we'll talk about the request for the proposal and evaluation process that we have here. Dan Boyle that will definitely go through that and give you the details and specifics about that. We also did a cost analysis in comparison to each agency so you can see the difference in the pricing and the cost that we have. And then the recommendation, why we recommend the great transit concepts as our continue with this contract. So as you can see, Beach City Transit here, we have two lines, that's Route 109 and Route 102. 102 does more of the residential areas, whereas 109 kind of do the tours of the city, go both north and south. We have 20 buses that does the fixed route services, natural CNG gas vehicles, and we have our Wave Dollar Ride service, which basically helps and tends more to the elderly and our challenge commuters throughout the Redondo Beach City Transit, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and the city of El Segundo. Here we have a flow chart, and this flow chart, as you can see, it has our mayor council at hand, and our city manager, the community service directors, and then you have me, the transit manager, and in an umbrella kind of oversee this department here, which is our transit operations department. As you can see, we have the dispatch and scheduling where they kind of handle and make sure that to do sign-ons, the scheduling of calls that come in, any type of challenges that they're faced with while operating service. Have our vehicle maintenance, which they do the upkeeping for the buses and make sure that they're in compliance. They have to abide in the CHP rules and making sure that they're safe and they're clean on a regular basis. Our management and oversight and reporting, they also present to us, to me and my team, management and the oversight and, the documents, the NTD documents. They also make sure that everything is in compliance while they're handling and reporting everything to us. They also provide the zero emission bus expertise for the city ZEB rollout plan, which is very important, making sure that there's no pollution or anything like that that's going on. These are the things that Transit Concepts are responsible for on a daily basis. So just take a look at that chart. You'll see the safety team, the manager team, everybody's included, everybody's involved, making sure that these things happen. Here we have the RFP process. These are dates that you can see, and I won't go through all of them, but as you can see that on October the 15th, the council, you guys did approve for the transit operation and management for the RFP. And then as you go up, as time goes throughout the year, on the 22nd of November, we had 5 people that submitted for the RFP. One was disqualified due to not qualifying and having the proper documentation that was needed in the beginning process here. And then the final bidders was Keolis, MV Transportation, Transdev, and Transportation Concepts. One of the important dates that's on this flow chart as well is February the 28th, which is when the bidders did the interviews at City Hall. The reason that's also important was because I joined your great city as an employee on the 18th. So being on the 18th, I was present for the interview, but I was not part of the interview evaluation process. Very, very important. So from that point, I will transfer it
That
over to.
plausible deniability then?
And from this point, Dan will talk about the evaluation process moving forward.
Thank you, Ty, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. A pleasure to be in front of you to talk about this. I'm Dan Boyle and Associates. I was one of the 4 evaluators for the scoring of the proposals. Diana Maya, who was your former interim transit manager, asked me to participate. And we also had 2 other transit folks, one from Torrance Transit and one from Palos Verde Transit. Wow. So the 4 of us read all 4 of the proposals. We met the day before we were interviewing to talk about what our impressions were and to develop questions for the folks when they came in. We developed a list of questions. Most of them went to everybody. And we had scored the preliminary scoring based on reading the proposals. And after the interviews, when we asked the questions, some of us changed some of our scores. But basically it was, we'll talk about this here, the scorecard results. You see the possible points, and this is the total of all 4 spreadsheets. So 400 points total. Qualifications are key personnel management was the most points and then most important to us. Personnel management program, experience and technical competence, vehicle maintenance program, cost effectiveness. FTA tells us that we can't just go out and give it to the cheapest bid. We have to have a process of scoring. So, and financial viability was not scored by us. We're transit people, we're not finance people. The city's finance department looked at their submittals and scored financial viability. And you can see from this, Transportation Concepts was the highest scorer with 375.5 out of a possible 400 points from all 4 of us together. And I will say each one of us scored Transportation Concepts as the number 1, so it was a unanimous selection. We'll talk a little bit about the cost comparison.
Can you talk about the, if you could go back one?
Oh, sure.
I apologize for jumping in, but that financial viability, you guys didn't do that? That was someone else?
The city's financial department did that. We were transit folks. They could take a look at what the.
Do you know what the criteria is for that? That's whether they're going to live for the next, for the period of the contract, or?
I'm not a financial guy, I'm a transit guy.
Yeah.
But yes, that is a concern, that they wanted to see how viable based on the information that they submitted. So the city's finance department scored each of them. And you see, there wasn't much of a difference between them. I mean, these are 4 good companies. I've worked with several of them, and I know someone who's worked with everybody. You know, they're reliable companies. They were good, good proposers, but they just did not. Transportation Concepts was the best.
Yeah, I just don't. I'm concerned that it's the second. You know, the one that you're selecting was the lowest, not the second lowest in viability. And I don't know what, is there someone here that can talk to why they scored lower?
There is.
I don't know who.
I think we can, maybe that's something we can do when we finish the presentation and have them explain. But I will say that they're the smallest company, and that might have held it against them.
Okay.
These other companies are behemoths, international. They all stress their international presence and everything. I believe that we are the biggest client that they have, which was important to us because they've had continuity throughout the years. And so that I think was the reason that they might have scored a little lower than otherwise, because they don't have the size that some of these other places do.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
All right. So these are the contract cost proposals for 6 years. Year 1 is in white, year 6 is in orange. You can see the Transportation Concepts also had the lowest cost. And although cost was only 15% of process. I've talked to enough city councils to know that it's important for you to see what the cost is. And so that was a happy coincidence. It doesn't always happen that the top-ranked firm is the lowest cost. So it worked out very well. And Ty is going to break down the cost in a typical year, the percentage assigned to various elements here.
So thanks, Dan. Thanks for your feedback and your details. So here we have a cost comparison for 1 year. So if you guys take a look at this, you can see there's certain things that stand out. One being the labor and fringe of this. And what we have here, this is a bar graph that's apple to apples comparison, a forward process for the period based on each bidder's cost proposal. Costs were grouped into categories and are presented as percentage of total cost for one period based over 42,000 service hours. So as you can see, this green color area, the labor and fringe area, that's TC cost is 83% for wages and benefits, where 55% goes to wages, following TransDev, Keolis, and then NV at 66%. See, this is important because it shows that TC put a high volume and a high interest in making sure that they meet the market of the how the pay is across the board. And also they invested in their employees to keep them in the building. They take a high interest in retentions. They want to make sure that, people are coming to work, because if there's no drivers, there's no service. So they're real big on making sure that their drivers are appreciated, their drivers are coming to work, and then are meeting the needs they need to be able to fulfill the service on a daily basis. Also, too, if you see the color orange on startup, there's no startup cost for transportation concepts, because they've had the contract for the last 15 years. Whereas TransDev, you'll see that small little orange area, what they did was they extended and broke down their startup costs over 6 years. So that's a little twist in this presentation here, is that the startup cost is a little different. Then you also see technology costs, where it will be kind of the same color as the background, but Transportation Concept takes pride in making sure that their employees are well taken care of and appreciated on a daily, and their income is being met as they go through.
So is transition cost built into what we saw on the last slide? Yes.
Yes, it's a combination of
If you took
everything.
out transition costs, were they still the low bidder?
Yes.
So if you took out all those transition costs, Transportation Concepts was still lower than all the others?
Yes.
Okay.
Probably because the yellow is the smallest. They're taking less profit.
Oh, I
Profit
agree.
and management. Right. So you put back into your drivers, and then they also have a staff of management that doesn't necessarily require the high pay, the high rates, and the high salaries. It still puts them in a category, being that they're at, the exact numbers, they're 29 million for the total, whereas NV, I believe, is at 36 million for the 6-year period. Or something, I can get you the numbers if I don't have, I don't want to.
That's okay. I just wanted to see, because it's easy when you include transition costs, the incumbent would generally be cheaper, but that's not necessarily reflective of the service you'll get. Right? If you know those out. And in fact, the source selections I was on, the federal government, we had to evaluate transition costs separate from contract value. So, because that automatically would weigh against, you'd never pick, you'd rarely pick, somebody who had to transition. And then I'm sure you looked at it and scored their management, but the other thing that jumps out to me is, if you have thin management, how's execution? Now, if they were running that way today and we're satisfied, that's certainly okay, but that may be a red flag, from a first glance without reading the proposals.
Yeah, we can have them speak to that, but again, they're a very small company, so when we talk about management and how that moves up for bigger, more international companies, we don't know what they mean when they set aside monies for management. It's not necessarily a team serving Redondo Beach. It could be teams somewhere on the other side of the country. So again, that's probably reflective in that smaller bar for Transportation Concepts. They are a smaller company.
I think they build it into their overhead rates, but.
Right. And they also, too, have their the requirement was based off an RFP that they every position, there was a position for everybody, they had to have a general manager, operations manager, in, different categories. So they have that already, even to get to the point to even be evaluated. So, and they'll speak to that also as well.
One thing that we saw, and I can't speak for the rest of the committee, the selection committee, but to me that made a difference is that the general manager's been here for a long time. There's been continuity with this company. Most of the other candidates, I think all of the other candidates proposed by the other companies, 2 years here, 2 years here. And we asked them about that in the interview, and their response was, well, you'll have the support of regional and the national folks, which is true. They'll come in. But there's something about having a person in the office who knows what's going on that certainly influenced me. I can't speak for the rest of the panel, but that was a factor.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so transportation concept, like it was stated once before, they were ranked #1 on all combined evaluations from all the team that was in the evaluation process. They was also #1 in their pricing and ranked, a combination of the evaluation process. So we also understand too that there's a current financial climate. We understand that there's fees and the funding can fluctuate up and down, and we have crunched the numbers to see where we are and if we're possibly up against any challenges. But we also understand too that if service was to drop and there was a fund decrease of 25% in service hours, we understand that there's an agreement with the city and with Transportation Concepts that we have the autonomy to go in and renegotiate service to make sure that service is still moving how it should be, but it might not necessarily be, instead of 3 buses, might be 2 buses. So they have an understanding that we can renegotiate the contract at any time. So we do understand, and they do understand that as well. So we recommend that the award of contract for BCT fixed route and wave dollar ride transit service be granted to Transportation Concepts, which is for 6 years for $29,754,503. It's not to panic, and we know that's a lot of money, but we also understand that this is federal money, and our local return money covers us for these 6 years.
Have we gotten an indication yet on what the funding would be this year?
Yes. So we got the funding marks. It's about a 7%, between the 7 to 8% decrease from last year. So the year prior to in 24, coming out of COVID, and in the year 24, the funding was extremely high. So from that, it's about a 7% decrease from what was presented in last year's funding marks. So we know. So what we did was we kind of crunched the numbers based on for the next 6 years at 10%, at 15%. And then if there was a decrease each year the same way, what does that look like?
What I was getting at, does this number reflect what we think we'll get this for the first year out of the gate? Or do we have to adjust that down by 7% for the first year?
We have the numbers. I believe we have the numbers. We can give you a more direct.
No, I'm just asking, does this number reflect what we know reality is from the federal government?
It does.
Right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't need to see more.
Okay.
Yes is a good answer.
Yes,
Yes.
it does.
It
It does.
does.
We're good for this number.
And with that, we'd like to bring up Transportation Concepts to give us some feedback.
Before we do,
Quick question
Waller?
for, I know you're looking at some of the route adjustments. Does that affect this number at all?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The route adjustments for some of the lines,
No.
Doesn't affect this?
No, it doesn't affect this at all, because any type of route adjustments, we want to make sure it still has to stay in compliance of the 42,000 hours as far as the adjustment that has to be made. So there's no extra fees to say, okay, well, we want to move the 109 route 3 miles east more. So that would be taking it out, and then there's an extra fee. So any changes that we want to do or we evaluate to do will be based off of the service hours that's agreement to this contract.
Anyone else before we bring up the, okay.
Okay, if our Transportation Concepts team could come up and introduce yourselves. We have the president, project manager, and operations manager with us tonight.
Good evening, Mayor Light, council members. My name is David Mueller, and I'm the president of Parking Concepts and Transportation Concepts. And our headquarters is in Irvine, California, so we're nice and close.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. How are you doing tonight? I'm Brett Boehm. I'm the project manager for the contract and have been for the last 15 years. Very excited about this opportunity to continue.
He's going to figure it out one of these years, by the way.
Sorry, that's if you can understand me.
And good evening. My name is Christopher Lamp. I'm the operations manager for the location.
Did you have something you wanted to say, or are you just
Or your turn, Chris.
fielding questions from us?
If you have questions, I'd be happy to take the questions. I just have a couple remarks.
Well, why don't you do your remarks and then
Okay, and I promise you won't have to use your timer buzzer on me.
that doesn't
Okay.
apply to you.
First of all, we'd just like to say that we're very honored to be recommended for this job again. You know, it was mentioned that we are a smaller company compared to the three other companies up there. Those are the big dogs of the transportation industry. Transdev is I think they're the biggest in the world. You know, this contract has 40 or 50 vehicles, right? 20? Okay, so it's, you know, that's in our sweet spot. Our sweet spot's like 15 to maybe 30 vehicles. That's what we're comfortable doing. And, you know, we have part of our strategic plan is that we're not going to go after a job that we know we can't do well at. Because we don't want to, you know, we don't want to hurt our reputation. We don't want to disappoint the client. So we know what we're good at. And if it's not in that sweet spot, we don't do it. Like Transdev, for example, they have like 500 vehicles in Vegas. They've got like 400 up in LA. They've got probably 300 in San Diego. And, you know, we just think that a company that's got that kind of a portfolio, they're not going to give you the attention that we will. And I think that over the 15 years that we've served BCT, you know, it's always been important to us. It's always been our flagship transportation account. You know, we have a parking division and we have a transportation division. And, you know, this is always our showpiece for, you know, using for references and letting people know that we're legit because we can do an account like this for 15 years. And, you know, I think our team shows up every day, understanding what their mission is and understanding what you all expect from them. And our you know, the figures you saw for labor, I think we're increasing the average pay $5 an hour when we get the new contract going. And, you know, I think there's a lot of companies that would have taken that $5 and, you know, put it somewhere else where most of it would have gone to the company. My boss, the owner of the company, we just celebrated our 50th anniversary last November. And you know, he's a legend in the parking and transportation industry. Super guy, very, very ethical, very honest. And, you know, his concern is look out for the client and then the employees, and that'll take care of the company. And so, you know, he doesn't have any problem at all doing things like taking the $5 and giving it to the employees. And, you know, that comes back to us as, you know, happier employees, more retention, and, you know, word of mouth. You know, people want to work for us because the way we treat them and the way, you know, the pay and everything. So I think that over the 15 years, we've developed a pretty good formula and great relationships with the staff here. You know, that's a long time to have a contract. and to get, awarded, recommended for the contract again. We're excited because we're going to implement some new technology and some customer service enhancements that will improve our service. There's always room for improvement, so, we're not going to sit back and, just think that we've done a great job for 15 years. We're going to keep pushing it. And, we've actually, I think, Mayor, you had a question about the number of management people. We're actually adding management people on this new contract. We're adding technology. We're adding some new communication tools, and we're going to be able to communicate with the ridership a lot more than we have in the past. And, you guys have a new team over there, and, I think that we've gotten off to a really good start with them. And, we're honored and we're very excited to, start this new contract and continue to serve the BCT. So happy to answer any questions. I guess, Mayor, my joke about the buzzer going off wasn't that.
No, thank you. You did answer the question I had. I'm always concerned when I like that you had a lot of budget towards the people doing the work. But when the management line is such a thin part, it raises the concern, is there sufficient management to make sure it's going through? Since you're the incumbent and you're adding staff, I mean, I don't know how you can fault that approach. It just sounds very solid. So I appreciate the work of the team doing the evaluation. It seems like a no-brainer to me. Any questions?
Just a quick question probably for our staff. I think Director House addressed this earlier, but does the contract preserve our ability to change lines, reroute the buses so that we can target the transportation movements that our youth want, for example?
It does, it does, because we base it on the number of hours, service hours, not necessarily where the stops are. So if we make adjustments to the route, as long as we're not increasing those service hours, we should be totally fine within the contract.
Yeah, and another side of that question really is, we know we work for you guys. We work for them, and basically we follow your orders. And if you guys want us to do a different route or more hours, less hours, that's all within your right to do that. So we don't go into this thing going, okay, this is what we're going to do for 7 years or 6 years. We know as things change, we have to adjust. So.
Yeah, just to get, let you know, the feedback we've gotten from our youth is that our routes don't go to places that they want to go, and that they need transportation to different places, our youth center, teen center that's coming up in Prairie Park and stuff. So we may be looking at rerouting in some time.
Yeah, and I think that with some of our new enhancements that we're talking about, we may get that feedback on our buses. And when we get that feedback, we'll pass that on and maybe that'll help you make adjustments.
Cool, thank you.
Anyone else?
Motion to award the contract for BCT fixed route and wave dial-a-ride transit services to transportation
Thank you. You can
concepts.
sit down.
Second.
Sit down? Okay.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
So who was the second? Just so okay, thank you. And then no e-comments and no Zoom for this item.
Okay, well, I think this is a no-brainer. Existing contractor, the best, the lowest price, and great performance, and really investing in the people. It just seems no-brainer. So I'll call the vote. All for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Congratulations, Jim.
Thank you.
Look
making
forward
it
to working
easy.
with you next year.
Thanks for hanging in there. Long night.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah.
You can stay for the next item if you really want to complete it.
Okay, hopefully this is a quick one. Item N2. Are you talking to this one, Luke?
Luke's going to cover this one. He's going to, no, I won't say that. He said he's going to use his auctioneer voice to get through it quickly. But
I will speak quickly, and it will cost $29 million less than the last contract that was just awarded, so. So this is an item from the South Coast Air Quality Management District. They've proposed some rule changes to rules 1111 and 1121 that would apply to natural gas fired furnaces and then natural gas fired water heaters. And basically their aim is to reduce nitrous oxide emissions in the environment by helping stimulate a move from these gas-fired devices in homes to all-electric devices. And so I apologize, in the admin report, I had used the word ban, and it's not an all-out ban on these devices. It would be just encouraging and de-incentivizing the continued use of gas-fired items. And so this was an item that was brought to staff as a potential to create a resolution or letter taking a policy position. So I'm basically just teeing it up for the mayor and council to discuss whether or not you would like to take a policy position on this. And then if you do want to take a position, how you'd like staff to proceed, resolution, letter, et cetera. And here to answer any questions you might have or just sort of tee it up for y'all to discuss.
Okay, I kind of queued this one up based on, you know, I got a heads up that this was coming. Since it had been changed, I don't know, I think you probably all got the email I did about the changes, and I looked into the specifics. So initially, this was to force all new building after 2027, or in 2027 and beyond, would have to have electric furnaces and electric water heaters. But then it went on further. By 2030, you could not sell gas-fueled water heaters or furnaces to anyone, forcing everybody onto electric as your water heater or your furnace failed. Well, for a lot of Redondo, tens of thousands of homes, because we're multifamily dwellings, a lot of the older homes, mine's a 93, it's on a 100 amp service and requiring two 220s. Would likely push most of our housing units into having to get at least an additional 100 amp service. And even some of our 200 amps, if it has a big power draw, could draw you to that next one. And that's not inconsequential. That's wiring in your house. There's new laws that say each 220 has to be a home run. So that's routing a whole new circuit through your house. That's another circuit breaker. And the cost of doing just that change to a house is exorbitant. And it's going to get more expensive by 2030, not cheaper. And we have units that are, you know, how are you going to do it in units that are 9 stories tall? I mean, it's just, the cost is just ridiculous. So I opposed this from the start. They've since modified it so that what it says is instead of banning it, because a lot of people complained, they say that they're going to set goals for the percentage of new furnaces and water heaters that are no emissions, which is electric. And if the manufacturers don't achieve those goals, there's a growing, to the extent that they don't meet it, there's a higher penalty per unit that the company has to pay, and they're just going to pass that down to the consumer. So likely what's going to happen is they're going to quit selling them in California because they don't want to have to deal with charging the penalties down to the, and the paperwork, and, you know, having to manage those penalties and the per unit cost and per unit sales. So either they'll be unavailable or they'll just pass the cost down to the consumer. So my recommendation, I worked with Luke on a draft that's in our blue folder. I don't know if you had a chance to read it. I was kind of going down the middle ground of being okay with the new construction, you know, having to switch over, but opposing any of their methodology for charging for the existing ones. And I'm flexible. I'm willing to oppose the whole thing. I was willing to throw them a bone.
So just,
Go ahead.
and I know you're coming up to this, one concern that I have is that even for the new housing, one of the issues facing California in general is affordable housing. And that's not only the purchase price of new construction, but it's also operating cost. And operating electric furnaces to heat homes is several times the cost of gas. So in terms of affordability for homes, I think that's a, you know, large and ongoing issue for
homeowners in the state of California. So I would like to take out the line where it just limits it to new
I'm
construction.
totally open to that.
So that was one of my concerns, is that, even for new construction, just having it in there is problematic.
Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with that. And I had the same thought about removing that third paragraph. Because this is totally contrary to the mission and goal and actions of our city, which is promoting affordable housing and affordable living. So I am concerned about it, and I'm glad you raised this, Mayor. Question I have, this is being sent to the executive officer of the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and I think our county supervisor, Holly P. Mitchell, is actually on that district. So I'm wondering if she should be copied on here or sent to her, or have we opened, a line of discussion with her? So those are my thoughts, and I thought you did a good job in here, Luke, Mayor, others, of capturing, hey, it's overly burdensome cost. If you want to add something, we don't have to overly wordsmith it, but the first sentence or two, that we are in favor of affordable housing and we're concerned that this is could undermine that. Those are my thoughts. We'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if we're going to delete, if the council agrees to delete that, what you have in red there, I might add something on the ongoing costs, right,
Housing
that aren't
affordability
reflected in there. Because I have space now. We're trying to keep it on one page.
One page.
So I would now have space to do that. So, and actually, that's the way I was leaning. I just wanted to serve up a softer message. And I also know there's a new COG AQMD rep that we just appointed. We'll have to find out who that was.
I agree with that. My suggestion would be we get the letter to as many pertinent people as possible, and certainly including Holly Mitchell's office.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would actually
Sorry, I'm not following.
disagree with eliminating that. I think this kind of threads the needle of achieving, the direction of AQMD in creating a more sustainable environment, but also not overburdening all of the housing. I guess I support it as written. That's just my.
Councilmember Waller?
Yeah, I'm a little mixed on it, at least on the red, taking out the red. I definitely get what you're saying, my house, if I had to replace my water heater, my electric service can't handle that. I wouldn't be able to do that. And furnace, it's like, I got a floor furnace. I got no idea how I would ever do anything. The water heater, it's like if the red was gas-fired water heaters, maybe as a compromise or something, because electric water heaters are actually more efficient than gas. But I wouldn't.
Heat pump or not.
But I wouldn't want to have it like only new construction, no goals, none of the other stuff, because like you said, anybody's going to have a repair of a water heater, a furnace. Eventually, they're going to go for other appliances. When you have to do the repairs, retrofits, anything like that, it's like, oh, this died. Next thing you know, it's a $10,000, $15,000 bill because you got to do a whole lot of work.
And dryers are next, and stoves, and.
Yeah.
And that's good.
Go ahead.
One other thing, I don't think it needs to go in the letter, but to consider is the tariffs that have been enacted have increased the cost of solar power. So solar power cells, I should say, including the aluminum tariffs and the steel tariffs, and also the electricity is being produced, especially under the current administration, is being more directed towards fossil fuel production. I don't know that we're getting much greener by moving to electricity. Plus, our grid isn't going to be able to handle all the cars, electric cars, and although I think the administration is moving from that, plus making everything electric, I just don't think it's a wise policy. Could be more costly for residents, especially if they can't afford solar and the like, to run everything in their house, including washers, dryers, et cetera, on electric and not use gas at all, which is significantly less expensive.
Okay, can we get to a motion?
Somebody else can make a motion. I'm gonna make motions all night.
I'll make a motion. So to approve the letter, sans the red for reasons that were discussed. And that's it.
Second.
If you don't mind some minor wordsmithing to get in that operational cost concern too?
To raise the additional concern of
Yeah.
operational cost, yeah, which sure, that's fine.
I'll second.
Obagi.
Sure, you can second. Second.
Okay, a
I
motion
withdraw.
and a second. Is anybody online to, okay?
Okay, Wayne Craig.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, Redondo District 1. I want to thank Council members Obagi, Castle, and Mayor Light for quickly responding to this issue after I brought it to your attention last month. The result of the proposed South Coast Air Quality Management Rules 1111 and 1121 will mandate higher costs on consumers at a time we can ill afford it. Both amended regulations will force customers to choose a much more expensive option of all electric space and water heaters that cost thousands more than natural gas appliances, or require consumers to pay an additional fee to continue using natural gas space and water heaters. Combined, both regulations will impact more than 17 million people and 10 million units in among single-family homes, mobile home parks, multifamily residents, office buildings, grocery stores, and other small businesses. South Coast Air Quality Management staff developed the proposed regulations behind closed doors without transparency, including public education or review. Beyond the additional cost to purchase new units, this will also increase the monthly expense on consumers, as electric units cost much more to operate than natural gas. I urge the council to send a letter of opposition to this proposed rule change immediately. The South Coast Air Quality Management District will be voting on this matter within a couple weeks. I also would encourage, as I think when I spoke to Councilmember Obagi, if he could expedite this with the South Bay Cities COG as well. The more cities that get on board with this, the more likely is we can hopefully defeat this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Grace Peng. Okay.
Are you there, Dr. Peng?
Yes, this is Grace Peng. I wrote an e-comment, and I want to read it, and I also want to mention that the League of Women Voters also wrote a letter. I'm the League of Women Voters California Energy Team Leader. I've been studying this issue, and I've also been electrifying my own home in Redondo Beach to find out what the market conditions are and contractor availability. Now, I upgraded to an electric heat pump heater for furnace and AC, and I cook with electricity. I have an electric dryer, and I'm doing it all with a 100 amp panel. In fact, I asked my electrician if I needed to have a larger size panel if I'm going to have an electric hot water heater as well and an electric car. And he said, no, 100 amp will do you. We'll just put a smart switch on your panel so that you're not running the heat pump at the same time as you're charging your car, at the same time you're heating the water. And both the heat pump hot water heaters and the heat pump furnace AC combo can be programmed to run only when electricity is cheap, and so you avoid the peak evening hours. So like there's a lot of disinformation out there, and our substation, our community scale grid is actually pretty good. I run the Water and Infrastructure Group monthly series, and SCE actually came to talk to us last month. And he said home electrification wasn't really a problem. Cars might be, but they think that they can work around it by rotating all the cars on a block. But he says our grid is ready. They've been working, they've been preparing. We're ready. There is no operational issue. There are plenty of contractors around. In fact, I asked that contractor how many, every year when I call him, I ask him how many gas versus electric heat pumps are you putting in? And now he's saying that almost everyone is switching to heat pumps. It's not an issue in our local area. And I want to tell you that the Rheem, like the Rheem hot water heaters that they're all made in the US.
Was she done or did she just cut out?
I don't know.
I'm here.
Were you finished? It was kind of abrupt.
Oh, no, I'm just telling you that there is not a supply chain issue because they're made in the US. And there's not a grid issue because SCE told us it's not an issue. And it's not a cost issue because UC Berkeley has done a study that just came out this April saying that building all new with electric only instead of dual fuel is 50% cheaper. And that operating costs are probably going to be a little lower with electricity than with dual fuel.
Okay, your time's up, Dr. Peng. Thank you.
I can just imagine somebody saying to their spouse, I'm gonna go take a shower, and the spouse saying back, no, I'm charging my car.
On the
Anyone else?
There's 2 e-comments that were support, and that concludes public comments.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. All for it?
Aye.
Anybody
I'm a
opposed?
no. I'm a no. I preferred it as as written that you presented.
Okay, all right. Okay, thanks. Let's see, next one, city manager items.
Just one quick housekeeping item. I'll start querying all of you about your July calendars just to see if there's any vacations planned that would force us to adjust our normal meeting schedule. Right now, the first meeting in July is scheduled for the 1st. It would be the 1st, the 8th, and the 15th. That would give us a 1-week break in between presumably budget adoption on the 17th and then get us right into action on the 1st. 4th of July, of course, is a Friday this year. So unless I'll ask you offline if you've got anything scheduled in July that would be problematic, but for now, I think we're tentatively looking at a normal July calendar, 1st, 8th, and the 15th, whereas historically, sometimes we will cancel that first meeting in July due to the 4th of July holiday. So
But there's
And then on
an
the
open
8th.
week between our last budget hearing.
there is, there's 1 week off. Yeah,
Oh,
we've got
okay.
one council meeting week off in
So
between.
we have a little time to.
So we'd have a little bit of time.
Recoup.
But we have historically canceled that first meeting in July. But I'm sensing from at least a few of you I've talked to that we don't have to do that this
Do you
year,
have
so.
something, I mean, is July a packed month?
We're going to be busy in July. We're going to have the RFP discussion about cannabis. We're going to have a general plan phase 2 discussion. We have plenty on the docket.
Commission interviews on that second Tuesday.
You want to do that on the 8th?
That's when we
Yeah.
normally do it, on that second Tuesday.
And then that means we've got a code of conduct update to do before then too. So yeah, there's a few things going on. The last item I'll
Well, I
mention
don't
is.
know that we'll have to do the whole code of conduct, but.
No, yeah, not all of it. And then we will have strategic plan objectives for you next Tuesday for consideration of job adoption. So that'll be part of we'll do that before the budget hearing. All right, that's all I've got.
Thank you. Okay, any referrals to staff? Councilmember Waller.
No BRRs today.
Thank you.
And no referrals to staff.
Okay.
Nothing today.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
Can you just come back to me, sorry?
Councilmember Barron?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
I'd like to make a referral for a discussion, just a discussion, about transient occupancy tax in Redondo and whether we could exempt new hotels from that. We were supposed to get a discussion on transient occupancy tax long ago as part of a budget motion, but we never got it, so I think we need a formal referral.
Okay.
Do you have a second?
Could we include in that discussion the marine hotels and
The what
update?
hotels?
The Marine Avenue Hotels.
Marine Avenue hotels and update on their participation in the tax and what's going on with that?
Oh, sure. I mean, we can give you that.
Just all encompassing?
Yeah.
Okay.
So amended.
So do we have a second?
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
And I have none. So with that, tonight, we're adjourning. We will be adjourning after I get the motion in memory of Jim Allen, former city employee. I didn't really know Mr. Allen. Do you know him?
I did,
Say a few
yeah.
words.
Jim worked in the waterfront department for many years. I was a very popular staff member, left the organization several years ago to deal with his illness. He was clearly a fighter. He lived many, many years beyond, I think, early expectations from doctors. Lived in the South Bay with his family. Yeah, Jim will be missed. He was missed when he, was forced, unfortunately, to exit the organization when he did. We'll be thinking about Jim.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn in memory of Mr. Allen, former city employee?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.